Aho, mitakuye, I say hello, all my relations. How y'all doing? My name is The Lucky Coyote, and today we are going to be reading some more of the Canterbury Tales. So hope y'all enjoy. First off, I gotta change the title of this. There we are. It's no longer listed as the partner's tale. All right. Got that up and running. One more thing as I just pop out the alert section. Because it doesn't want to do it. Coming through a little scuffed. Hopefully not. I hope it's your Wi-Fi. At least it looks fine on my end. Anyway. All right. Well, hope y'all enjoy. Let's get to it. The Wife of Bath's Tale. The Wife of Bath's Prologue. If there were no authority on earth except experience, mine for what it's worth, and that's enough for me, all goes to show that marriage is a misery and a woe. For let me say, if I make so bold, my lord since when I was but 12 years old. Thanks be to God eternal evermore, 5 husbands have I at the church door. Yes, it's a fact I have had so many, all worthy in their as good as any. Manic or 3. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for following. Someone said recently, for my persuasion, that as Christ only went on one occasion to grace a wedding in Cana of Galilee, he taught me by example there to see that it is wrong to marry more than once. Consider, too, how sharply for the nonce he spoke, rebuking the Samaritan. Beside the well, Jesus Christ, God and man, thou hast had 5 men husband unto thee, and he that even now thou hast, said he, it is not thy husband, such the words that fell, but what he meant thereby I cannot tell. Why was her 5th? Explain it if you can. No lawful spouse to the Samaritan. How many might have had her then to wife? I've never heard an answer all my life. To give the number final definition, people may guess or fame's supposition. But I can say for certain it's no lie. God bade us all to wax and multiply. That kindly text I well can understand. Is not my husband under God's command to leave his father and mother and take me? No word of what the number was to be. Then why not marry 2 or even 8? And why speak evil of the married state? Take wise King Solomon of long ago. We hear he had 1,000 wives or so, and would to God it were allowed to me to be refreshed, I half so much as he. He must have had a gift of God for wives, no one to match him in a world of lives. This noble king, one may as well admit, on the first night through many a merry fit. With each of them he was so much alive. Blessed be God that I have wedded 5. Welcome the 6th, whenever he appears. I can't keep content for years and years. No sooner than one husband's dead and gone, some other Christian man shall take me on. For then, so says the apostle, I am free to wed, O God's name, where it pleases me. Wedding's no sin, so far as I can learn. Better it is to marry than to burn. So what do I care if people choose to see scandal in Lamech for his bigamy? I know that Abraham was a holy man, and Jacob too, I speak as best I can. Yet each of them, we know, had several brides, like many another holy man besides. Show me a time or text where God disparages, or set a prohibition upon marriages. Expressly let me have it, show it to me. And where did he command virginity? I know as well as you do, never doubt it, all the Apostle Paul has said about it. He said that as for precepts he had none. One may advise a woman to be won. Advice is no commandment in my view. He left it in our judgment what to do. Had God commanded maidenhood to all, marriage would be condemned beyond recall, and certainly if seed were never sown, however could virginity be grown? Paul did not dare pronounce, let matters rest, his master having given him no behest. There's a prize offered for virginity, catch as catch can, who's in for it, let's see. It's not for everyone who hears the call, on whom God wills he lets his powers fall. The apostle was a virgin, well I know. Nevertheless, though all his writings show, he wished that everyone were such as he. It is all mere counsel to virginity. And as for being married, he lets me do it, out of indulgence, so there's nothing to it. In marrying me, suppose my husband dead, there's nothing bigamous in such a bed. Though it were good a man should never touch a woman, meaning here in bed and such, and dangerous to assemble fire and tow. What this allusion means you all must know. He only says virginity is fresh, more perfect than the frailty of the flesh. In married life, except when he and she prefer to live in married chastity. I grant it you, I'll never say a word, decrying maidenhood, although preferred to frequent marriage. There are those who mean to live in their virginity as clean, in body as in soul, and never mate. I'll make no boast about my own estate. As in noble household we are told, not every dish and vessels made of gold. Some are of wood, yet they earn their master's praise. God calls his folk to him in many ways. To each of them God gave his proper gift, some this, some that, and left them to make shift. Virginity is indeed a great perfection, and married continence for God's dilection. But Christ, of whom perfection is the well, bade not that every one should go and sell all that he had given to the poor, to follow in his footsteps, that is for sure. He spoke to those that would live perfectly, and by your leave, my lords, that's not for me. I will bestow the flower of life, the honey, upon the axe and fruit of matrimony. Tell me to what conclusion or in aid of what were genitive organs made, and for what profit were those creatures wrought? Trust me, they cannot have been made for naught. Glose as you will and plead their explanation that they were only made for the purgation, of urine, little things of no avail, except to know a female from a male, and nothing else. Did somebody say no? Experience knows well it isn't so. The learned may rebuke me or be loth to think it so, but they were made for both. That is to say, both use and pleasure in, engendering except in case of sin. Why else the proverb written down and set in books, a man must yield his wife her debt? What means of paying her can he invent, unless he use his silly instrument? It follows they were fashioned at creation, both to purge urine and for propagation. But I'm not saying everyone is bound, who has such harshness as you heard me expound, as you heard me expound, to go and use it breeding, that would be to show too little care for chastity. Christ was a virgin fashioned as a man, and many of his saints since time began were ever perfect in their chastity. I'll have no quarrel with virginity. Let him be pure, wheat loaves of maidenhead, and let us wives be known for barley bread. Yet Mark can tell that barley bread sufficed to freshen many at the hand of Christ. In that estate to which God summoned me, I'll persevere. I'm not pernickety. Not persnickety. In wifehood I will use my instrument as freely as my Maker made me it sent. If I turn difficult, God give me sorrow. My husband, he shall have it eve and morrow. Whenever he likes to come and pay his debt, I won't prevent him. I'll have a husband yet, who shall be both my debtor and my slave, and bear his tribulation to the grave. Upon his flesh as long as I'm his wife, for mine shall be power all his life, over his proper body, and not he. Thus the Apostle Paul has told it to me, and bade our husbands they should love us well. There's a command on which I like to dwell. The pardoner started up, and thereupon, Madam, he said, by God and by St. John, that's noble preaching no one could surpass. I was about to take a wife, alas. Am I to buy it on my flesh so dear? There'll be no marrying for me this year. You wait, she said, my story's not begun. You'll taste another brew before I've done. You'll find it doesn't taste as good as my ale. And when I've finished telling you my tale of tribulation in married life, in which I've been an expert as a wife, that is to say, myself have been the whip, so pray please yourself whether you want to sip at the same cask of marriage I shall broach. Be cautious before making the approach, for I'll give instances, and more than 10, and those who won't be warned by other men shall suffer their correction. So Ptolemy has said in this connection. You read this Almagest, you'll find it there. You read his Almagest, you'll find it there. Madam, I put it to you as a prayer, the pardoner said. Go on as you begin. Tell us your tale, spare not for any man. Instruct us younger men in your technique. Gladly, she said, if you will let me speak. But still I hope the company won't reprove me, though I should speak as fantasy may move me. And please don't be offended at my views. They're really only offered to amuse. Now, gentlemen, I'll on and tell my tale, as I hope to drink good wine and ale. I'll tell the truth, those husbands that I had, 3 of them were good and 2 were bad. The three that I call good were rich and old. They could indeed with difficulty hold the articles that bound them all to me. No doubt you understand my simile. So help me God, I'll have to laugh outright, remembering how I made them work at night, and faith I set no store by it, no pleasure. It was to me they'd given me their treasure. Hi, Connie. Thank you for lurking. And so I had no need of diligence, winning their love or showing reverence. They loved me well enough, so heavens above, why should I make a dainty of their love? A knowing woman's work is never done, to get a lover if she hasn't one. But as I had them eating from my hand, and as they'd yielded me their gold and land, why then take trouble to provide them pleasure, unless to profit and amuse my leisure? I set them to work, I'm bound to say. Many a night they sang, alack the day! Never for them the filch of bacon, though, that some have won in Essex and Dunmow. I managed them so well by my technique, each was delighted to go out and seek, and buy some pretty thing for me to wear, happy if I as much as spoke them fair. God knows how spitefully I used to scold them. Listen, I'll tell you how I used to hold them. You knowing women who can understand, first put them in the wrong and out of hand. No one can be so bold, I mean no man, at lies and swearing as a woman can. This is no news, as you'll have realized, to knowing ones, but to the misadvised. A knowing wife, if she is worth her salt, can always prove her husband is at fault. And even though the fellow may have heard some story told him by a little bird, she knows enough to prove the bird is crazy, and get her maid to witness she's a daisy. With full agreement, scarce solicited. But listen, here's the sort of thing I said. Now, sir, old dotard, what is that you say? Why is my neighbour's wife so smart and gay? She is respected everywhere she goes. I sit at home and have no decent clothes. Why haunt her house? What are you doing there? Are you so amorous? Is she so fair? What, whispering secrets to our maid? For shame, Sir Ancient Lecher, time you dropped that game. And if I see my gossip or a friend, you scold me like a devil, there's no end. If I as much as stroll towards his house, then you come home as drunken as a mouse. You mount your throne and preach, chapter and verse, all nonsense, and you tell me it's a curse to marry a poor woman, she's expensive, or if her family's wealthy and extensive, you say it's torture to endure her pride and melancholy airs and more beside. And if she has a pretty face, old traitor, you'll say she's game for any fornicator. And ask what likelihood will keep her straight with all those men who lie about and wait. You say that in some desire for us our wealth, some for our shapeliness, our looks, our health, some for our singing, others for our dancing, some for our gentleness and gallant glancing, and some because our hands are soft and small. By your account the devil gets us all. You say what castle wall can be so strong as to hold out against a siege for long. And if her looks are foul, as you say, that she is hot for every man that she can see, leaping upon them with a spaniel's airs, until she finds a man to buy her wares. Never was goose upon the lake so grey, but that she found a gander, so you say. You say it's hard to keep a girl controlled, if she's the kind that no one wants to hold. That's what you say as you strump off to bed. You brute, you say no man of sense would wed. That is, not if he wants to go to heaven. Wild thunderbolts and fire from the 7 planets descend and break your withered neck. You say that buildings falling into wreck, and smoke and scolding women and are the 3 things that will drive a man from home. Dear me, what ails the poor old man to grumble so? We women hide our faults, but let them show. Once we are safely married, so you say. There's a fine proverb for a popinjay. You say that oxen, asses, hounds, and horses can be tried out on various ploys and courses, and basins too, and dishes when you buy them, spoons, chairs, and furnishings, a man can try them, as he can try a suit of clothes, no doubt. But no one ever tries a woman out until he's married her, old dotard crow, and then you say she lets her vices show. You also say we count it for a crime, unless you praise our beauty all the time, unless you're always pouring on our faces, and call us pretty names in public places. Or if you fail to treat me to a feast, upon my birthday presents at the least, or to respect my nurse and her grey hairs, or be polite to all my maids upstairs, and to my father's cronies and his spies, that's what you'll say, O barrel full of lies. Then there's our young apprentice, handsome Johnny, because he has crisp hair and shines as bonny as finest gold, and squires me up and down. You should know, you show your low suspicions in a frown. I wouldn't have him, not if you died tomorrow. And tell me this, God punish you with sorrow, why do you hide the keys of coffer doors? It's just as much as my property is yours. Do you want to make an idiot of your wife? Now by the Lord that give me soul and life, you shan't have both. You can't be such a noddy as think to keep my goods and have my body. One you must do without, whatever you say. And do you need to spy on me all day? I think you'd like to lock me in your coffer. Go where you please, dear wife, you ought to offer. Amuse yourself, I shan't give ear to malice. I know you for a virtuous wife, Dame Alice. We cannot love a husband who takes charge of where we go. We like to be at large. Above all other men may God confer his blessings on that wise astrologer, Sir Ptolemy, who in his Almagest has set this proverb down, O men, of men the best and wisest care not who may have in hand the conduct of the world, I understand. That means if you've enough, you shouldn't care how prosperously other people fare. Be sure, old dotard, if you call the bluff, you'll get your evening rations right enough. He's a mean fellow that lets no man handle his lantern when it's just to light a candle. He has lost no light, he hasn't felt the strain, and you have light enough, so why complain? And when a woman tries a mild display in dress or costly ornament, you say, it is a danger to her chastity, and then, bad luck to you, start making free with Bible tags in the apostle's name, and in like manner, chastely and with shame, you women should adorn yourselves, said he, and not with braided hair or jewelry, with pearl or golden ornament. What next? I'll pay as much attention to your text. and rubric in such things as would a gnat. And once you said that I was like a cat. But when she feels her fur is sleek and gay, she can't be kept indoors for half a day, but off she takes herself as dusk is falling, to show her fur and go a caterwauling, which means if I feel gay, as you suppose, I shall run out and show my poor old clothes. Silly old fool, you and your private spies, go on, beg Argus with his 100 eyes to be my bodyguard, that's better still. But yet he shan't, I say, against my will. I'll pull him by the beard, believe you me. And once you said that principally 3 misfortunes trouble earth, east, west, and north, and no man living could endure a 4th. My dear Sir Shrew, Jesu cut short your life. You preach away and say a hateful wife is reckoned to be one of these misfortunes. Is there no other trouble that importance the world, and that your parables could condemn? Must an unhappy wife be one of them? Then you compared a woman's love to hell, to barren land where water will not dwell, and you compared it to a quenchless fire. The more it burns, the more of its desire. To burn up everything that burnt can be, you say that just as worms destroy a tree, a wife destroys her husband and contrives, as husbands know, the ruin of their lives. Such was the way, my lords, you understand. I kept my older husbands well in hand. I told them they were drunk, and their unfitness to judge my conduct forced me to take witness that they were lying. Johnny and my niece would back me up. O Lord, I wrecked their peace, innocent as they were, without remorse, for I could bite and whinny like a horse, and launch complaints when things were all my fault. I'd have been lost if I had called a halt. First to the mill is first to grind your corn. I attacked first, and they were overborne, glad to apologize, and even suing pardon for what they'd never thought of doing. I'd tackle one for wenching out of hand, although so ill the man could hardly stand. Yet he felt flattered in his heart because he thought it showed how fond of him I was. I swore that all my walking out at night was just to keep his wenching well in sight. That was a dodge that made me shake with mirth. But all such wit is given us at birth. Lies, tears, and spinning are the things God gives by nature to a woman while she lives. So there's one thing at least that I can boast, that in the end I always ruled the roast. Cunning or force was sure to make them stumble, and always keeping up a steady grumble. But bedtime above all was their misfortune, that was the place to scold them and importune. And balk their fun I never would abide, in bed with them if hands began to slide, till they had promised ransom, paid a fee, and then I let them do their nicety. And so I tell this tale to every man, it's all for sale, and let him win who can. No empty-handed man can lure a bird. His pleasures were my profit I concurred. Even assumed fictitious appetite, though bacon never gave me much delight. And that's the very fact that made me chide them. And had the Pope been sitting there beside them, I wouldn't have spared them at their very table, but paid them out as far as I was able. I say, so help me God omnipotent, were I to make my will and testament, I owe them nothing, paid them word for word, putting my wits to use, and they preferred to give it up and take it for the best, for otherwise they would have got no rest. Though they might glower like a maddened beast, they got no satisfaction, not the least. I then would say, my dear, just take a peep, what a meek look upon Willikin, our sheep. Come nearer, husband, let me kiss your cheek. You should be just as patient, just as meek. Sweeten your heart, your conscience needs a probe. You're fond of preaching patience out of Job. And so be patient, practice what you preach, and if you don't, my dear, we'll have to teach you that it's nice to have a quiet life. One of us must be master, man or wife, and since a man more reasonable he should be the patient one, you must agree. What ails you, man, to grumble so and groan? Just that you want my what, not all your own? Why, take it all, man, take it, every bit. St. Peter, what love you have of it, for it. For if I were to sell my belle chose, I could go walking fresher than a rose. But I will keep it for your private tooth. By God, you are to blame, and that's the truth. That's how my first 3 husbands were undone. Now let me tell you of my last but one. He was a reveller, was number 4. That is to say, he kept a paramour. Young, strong, and stubborn, I was full of rage, and jolly as a magpie in a cage. Play me the harp, and I would sing and dance and sing, believe me, like a nightingale in spring. If I had had a draught of sweetened wine, Metellus, that filthy lout, that swine, who snatched a staff and took his woman's life, for drinking wine, if I had been his wife, he never would have daunted me from drink. Whenever I take wine, I have to think of Venus, for as cold engenders hail, a lecherous mouth begets a lecherous tale. A woman in her cups has no deference, as lechers know from long experience. But Christ, whenever it comes back to me, when I recall my youth and jollity, it fairly warms the cockles of my heart. This very day I feel a pleasure start. Yes, I can feel it tickling at the root. Lord, how it does me good. I've had my fruit. I've had my world and time. I've had my fling. But age that comes to poison everything has taken all my beauty and my pith. Well, let it go, the devil go therewith. The flower is gone, there's no more to say, and I must sell the bran as best I may. But still I mean to find my way to fun. Now let me tell you of my last but one. I told you how it filled my heart with spite to see another woman his delight. By God and all his saints I made it good. I carved him out a cross of the same wood, not with my body in a filthy way, but certainly by seeming rather gay. To others, frying him in his own grease, of jealousy and rage he got no peace. By God on earth I was his purgatory, for which I hope his soul may be in glory. God knows he sang a sorry tune, he flinched, and bitterly enough when the shoe pinched, and God and he alone can say how grim, how many were in the ways I tortured him. He died when I came back from Jordan stream, and he lies buried under the rood beam. Albeit that his tomb can scarce supply us with such a show as that of King Darius. Apelles sculpted it in sumptuous taste. Expensive funerals are just a waste. Farewell to him, God give his spirit rest. He's in his grave, he's nailed up in his chest. Now of my fifth last husband let me tell, God never let his soul be sent to hell, and yet he was my worst, and many a blow he struck on me still ache along my row of ribs and will until my dying day. But in our bed he was so fresh and gay, so coaxing, so persuasive, heaven knows, whenever he wanted it, my belle chose. Though he had beaten me in every bone, he still could wheedle me to love, I own. I think I loved him best, I'll tell no lie. He was disdainful in his love, that's why. We women have a curious fantasy in such affairs, or so it seems to me. When something's difficult or can't be had, we crave and cry for it all day like mad. Forbid a thing, we pine for it all night. Press fast upon us, and we take to flight. We use disdain in offering our wares. A throng of buyers sends prices up at fairs. Cheap goods have little value, they suppose, and that's a thing that every woman knows. My fifth and last, God keep his soul in health, the one I took for love and not for wealth. Had been at Oxford not so long before, but had left school and gone to lodge next door. Yes, it was to my godmother he'd gone. God bless her soul, her name was Alison. She knew my heart, and more of what I thought than did the parish priest, and so she ought. She was my confidant, I told her all, for had my husband pissed against a wall, or done some crime that would have cost his life, to her and to another worthy wife, and to my niece, because I loved her well, I'd have told everything there was to tell, and so I often did, and heaven knows, and it used to set him blushing like a rose, for shame, and he would blame his lack of sense in telling me secrets of such consequence. And so one time it happened that in Lent, as I so often did, I rose and went to see her, ever wanting to be gay, and go a-strolling March, April, and May, from house to house for chat and village malice. Johnny, the boy from Oxford, and all the more fun for me, I only mean, the fun of seeing people and being seen, by cocky lads, for how I was to know, where or what graces fortune might bestow. And so I made a round of visitations, went to processions, festivals, orations, preachments, and pilgrimages, watched the carriages they use for plays and pageants, went to marriages, and always wore my gayest scarlet dress. These worms, these moths, these mites, I must confess, God little chance to eat it, by the way. Why not? Because I wore it every day. Now let me tell you all that came to pass. We sauntered in the meadows through the grass, toying and dallying to such extent, Johnny and I, that grew provident, and I suggested, were I ever free, and made a widow, he should marry me. And certainly I do not mean to boast, I ever was more provident than most, in marriage matters, in other such. I never think a mouse is up to much, that only has one hole in all the house. If that should fail, well, it's goodbye the mouse. I let him think I was as one enchanted, that was a trick my godmother implanted, and told him I had dreamt the night away, thinking of him, and dreamt that as I lay, he tried to kill me, blood had drenched the bed, but still it was a lucky dream, I said, for blood begotten betokens gold, as I recall. It was a lie, I hadn't dreamt at all. 'Twas from my godmother I learnt my lore, in matters such as that, and many more. Well, let me see, what had I to explain? Ah, by God, I've got the thread again. When my fourth husband lay upon his bier, I wept all day and looked as drear, and widows must, for it is quite in place, and with a handkerchief I hid my face. Now that I felt provided with a mate, I wept but little, I need hardly state. How many husbands did she have? Supposedly 5. This is her 5th that she's talking about that died. The 4th one was a carouser, or at least kept a paramour, which she chided him for. But I guess he eventually died. I don't know how. Same with the 5th. To church they bore my husband on the morrow, with all the neighbours round him venting sorrow, and one of them, of course, was handsome Johnny. So help me God, I thought he looked so bonny. Behind the coffin, heavens, what a pair of legs he had, such feet so clean and fair. I gave my whole heart up for him to hold. He was, I think, some 20 winters old, and I was 40 then, to tell the truth. Cougar. But still I always had a coltish tooth. Yes, I'm gap-toothed. It suits me well, I feel. It is the pine print of Venus and her seal. She's hag-maxing. Or sorry, Johnny is trying to hag-max. Fair young and well-to-do and full of fun, and truly, as my husband said to me, I had the finest quonium that might be, for Venus sent me feeling from the stars, and my heart's boldness come to me from Mars. Venus gave me desire and lecherousness, and Mars my hardihood, or so I guess. Born under Taurus, and with Mars therein, alas, alas, that ever love was sin. I ever followed natural inclination under the power of my constellation, and was unable to deny in truth my chamber of Venus to likely youth. The mark of Mars is still upon my face, and also in another privy place. For as I may be saved by God above, I never use discretion when in love. Discretion when in love, but ever followed on my appetite, whether the lad was short, long, black, or white. Little I cared if he was fond of me, how poor he was, or what his rank might be. What shall I say before the month was gone? This gay young student, my delightful John, had married me in solemn festival. I had handed him the money, lands, and all that ever had been given me before. This I repented later more and more. None of my pleasures would he let me seek. By God, he smote me once upon the cheek, because I tore a page out of his book, and that's the reason why I'm deaf. But look, stubborn I was, just like a lioness, and to my tongue a very wranglerness. I went off gadding as I had before, from house to house, however much he swore. Because of that he used to preach and scold, drag Roman history up from days of old, how one Simplicicus Gallus left his wife deserting her completely all his life, only for poking out her head one day without a hat upon the public way. Some Roman, I forget his name, because his wife went to a summer's game, without his knowledge, left her in the lurch, and he would take the Bible up and search for Proverbs in Ecclesiasticus, particularly one that has it thus: suffer no wicked woman to gad about. And then would come the saying, need you doubt? A man who seeks to build his house of sallows, a man who spurs a blind horse over fallows, or lets his wife make pilgrimage to Hallows, is worthy to be hanged upon the gallows. But all for naught, I didn't give a hen for all his proverbs in his wise old men, nor would I take rebuke at any price. I hate a man who points me out my vice, and so God knows do many more than I, that drove him raging mad, so you may rely. No more would I forbear him, I can promise. Now let me tell you truly by St. Thomas, about that book, and why I tore the page, and how he smote me deaf in very rage. He'd had a book he kept on his shelf, and night and day he read it to himself, and laughed aloud, although it was quite serious. He called it Theophrastus and Valerius. There was another Roman much the same, a cardinal, St. Jerome was his name. He wrote a book against Jovinian, bound up together with Tertullian. Crucifix, Tortulia, and Heloise, an abbess, lived near Paris, and with these were bound the parables of Solomon, with Ovid's Art of Love, another one. All these were bound together in one book, and night and day and night he used to take a look. Zenith men, thank you for the follow. Thank you. At what it said when he had time and leisure, or had no occupation but his pleasure, which was to read this book of wicked wives, he knew more legends of them and their lives. Then there are good ones mentioned in the Bible, for take my word for it, there is no libel on women that the clergy will not paint, except when writing of a woman saint, but never good other women, though, who called the lion savage, do you know? By God, if women had but written stories like those the clergy kept in oratories, more had been written of man's wickedness than all the sons of Adam could redress. Children of Mercury, and we of Venus, keep up the contrariety between us. Mercury stands for wisdom, thrift, and science, Venus for revel, squandering, and defiance. Their several natures govern their direction. One rises when the other's in dejection. So Mercury is desolate when halted in Pisces, just when where Venus is exalted, and Venus falls where Mercury is raised, and women therefore never can be praised by learned men, old scribes who cannot do the works of Venus more than my old shoe. These in their dotage sit them down to frowns, and say that women break their marriage vows. Now to my purpose, as I told you, look, here's how I got a beating for a book. One evening Johnny, glowering with ire, sat with his book and read it by the fire. And first he read of Eve, whose wickedness brought all mankind to sorrow and distress, root cause why Jesus Christ himself was slain, and gave his blood to buy us back again. There's the text where you expressly find that woman brought the loss of all mankind. He read me then how Samson, as he slept, was shorn of all his hair by her he kept, and by that treachery Samson lost his eyes, and then he read me, if I tell no lies, all about Hercules and Dinere. She tricked him into setting himself on fire. Hey, Retro, how you doing? He left out nothing of the miseries occasioned by his wives to Socrates. Xantippe poured a piss pot on his head. The silly man sat still as he were dead, wiping his head, but dared no more complain than say, ere thunder stops, down comes the rain. Next of Pasiphae, the queen of Crete, for wickedness he thought that story sweet. Fie, say no more, it has a grisly sting, her horrible lust, how could she do the thing? And then he told of Clementeria's lechery, and how she made her husband die by treachery. He read that story with great devotion, and he read me what occasioned the commotion, by which Amphiaraus lost his life. My husband had a legend about his wife, Erphile, who for a god in gold went to the Greeks in secret, and she told them where to find him, in what hiding place. At Thebes it was he met with sorry grace. Can't blame her for being annoyed. Nope. Of Livia and Lucilia then he read, and both, of course, had killed their husbands dead, the one for love, the other out of hate. Livia prepared some poison for him late one evening, and she killed him out of spite. Lucilia out of lecherous delight, for she, in order he might only think of her, prepared an aphrodisiac drink. He drank it and was dead before the morning. Such is the fate of husbands, it's a warning. And then he told how one Latumnius lamented to his comrade Arius that in his orchard plot there grew a tree, on which his wives had hanged themselves all three. Or so he said, out of some spite or other, to which then Arius replied, Dear brother, give me a cutting from that blessed tree, and planted in my garden it shall be. Of wives of later date he also read, how some had killed their husbands when in bed, then night long with their lechers played the whore, while the poor corpse lay fresh upon the floor. One drove a nail into her husband's brain while he was sleeping and the man was slain. Others put poison in their husband's drink. He spoke more harm of us than heart can think, and knew more proverbs too, for what they're worth, than there are blades of grass upon the earth. Better, says he, to share your habitation with lion, dragon, or abomination, than with a woman given to reproof. Better, says he, to take refuge on the roof, than with an angry wife down in the house. They are so wicked and cantankerous. They hate the things their husbands like, he'd say. A woman always casts her shame away when she casts off her smock, and that's in haste. A pretty woman, if she isn't chaste, is like a golden ring in a sow's snout. Who could imagine, who could figure out the torture in my heart? It reached the top, and when I saw that he would never stop reading this cursed book all night, no doubt, I suddenly grabbed and tore 3 pages out, where he was reading at the very place, and fisted such a buffet in his face, that backwards down into our fire he fell. Then, like a maddened lion with a yell, he started up and smote me on the head, and down I fell to the floor for dead. And when he saw how motionless I lay, he was aghast and would have fled away. But in the end I started to come to. Oh, have you murdered me, you robber, you? To get my land, I said. Was that the game? Before I'm dead, I'll kiss you all the same. He came up close and kneeling gently down, he said, My love, my dearest Alison, so help me God, I never again will hit you love, and if I did, you asked for it. Forgive me, but for all he was so meek, I up at once and smote him on the cheek, and said, Take that to level up the score. Now let me die, I can't speak any more. We had a mort of trouble and heavy weather, but in the end we made it up together. He gave the bridle over to my hand, gave me government of house and land, of tongue and fist, indeed, of all he'd got. I made him burn that book upon the spot, and when I'd mastered him and out of deadlock, secured myself of the sovereignty in wedlock. And when he said, My own and truest wife, do as you please for all the rest of life, but guard your honour and my good estate, from that day forward there was no debate. So help me God, I was kind to him as any wife from Denmark to the rim of India, as true, and he to me, and I pray God that sits in majesty to bless his soul and fill it with his glory. Now if you'll listen, I will tell my story. Words between the summoner and the friar. The friar laughed when he had heard all this. Well, madam, he said, as God may send me bliss, this is a long preamble to a tale. But when the summoner heard the friar rail, Just look, he cried, by the two arms of God, these meddling friars are always on the prod. Don't we all know a friar and a fly go prod and buzz in every dish and pie? What do you mean with your preambulation? Amble yourself, trot, do a meditation. You're spoiling all our fun with your commotion. The friar smiled and said, Is that your motion? I promise on my word before I go to find occasion for a tale or so about a summoner that will make us laugh. Well, damn your eyes, and on my own behalf, the summoner answered, Mine be damned as well, if I can't think of several tales to tell about the friars that will make you mourn before we get as far as Sittingbourne. Have you no patience? Look, he's in a huff. Our host called out, Be quiet, that's enough. Shut up, and let the woman tell her tale. You must be drunk, you've taken too much ale. Now, madam, you go ahead and no demur. All right, she said, it's just as you prefer. If I have license from this worthy friar, nothing, said he, that I should more desire. One moment, I'm going to go grab a drink of water. My throat is getting dry. All right, there we go. The Wife of Bath's Tale. When good King Arthur ruled in ancient days, a king that every Briton loves to praise, this was a land brimful of fairy folk. The elf queen and her courtiers joined and broke their elfin dance on many a green mead. Or so was the opinion once I read. Hundreds of years ago, in days of yore, but no one now sees fairies any more. For now the saintly charity and prayer of holy friars seem to have purged the air. They search the countryside through field and stream, as thick as motes that speckle a sunbeam, blessing the halls, the chambers, kitchens, bowers, cities and boroughs, castles, courts, and towers. Thorpes, barns and stables, outhouses and dairies, and that's the reason why there are no fairies. Wherever there was wont to walk an elf, today there walks the holy friar himself, as evening falls or when the daylight springs, saying his matins and his holy things. Walking his limit round from town to town, women can now go safely up and down, by every bush or under every tree. There is no other incubus but he. So there is really no one else to hurt you, and he will do no more than take your virtue. Now it so happened, I began to say, long, long ago, in good King Arthur's day, there was a knight who was a lusty liver. One day as he came riding from the river, he saw a maiden walking all forlorn, ahead of him, alone as she was born. And of that maiden, spite of all she said, by very force he took her maidenhead. This act of violence made such a stir, so much petitioning to the king for her, that he condemned the knight to lose his head. By course of law he was as good as dead. It seemed that then the statues took that view, but that the queen and her other ladies too implored the king to exercise his grace, so ceaselessly he gave the queen the case, and granted her his life, and she should choose whether to show him mercy or refuse. The queen returned him thanks with all her might, and then she sent a summons to the knight. At her convenience, and expressed her will, you stand, for such is the position still. In no way certain of your life, said she, yet you shall live if you can answer me. What is the thing that women most desire? Beware the axe, and say as I require. If you can't answer on the moment, though, I will concede you this: you are to go a 12-month and a day to seek and learn sufficient answer, then you shall return. I shall take gages from you to extort surrender of your body to the court. Sad was the knight and sorrowfully sighed, but there, all other choices were denied, and in the end he chose to go away, and to return after a year and a day, armed with such answer as there might be sent to him by God. He took his leave and went. He knocked at every house, searched every place, yes, anywhere that offered hope of grace. What could it be that woman wanted most? But all the same he never touched the coast, country or town in which there seemed to be any two people willing to agree. Some said that woman wanted wealth and treasure, honor, said some jollity and pleasure, some gorgeous clothes, and others fun in bed, to be oft widowed and remarried, said. Others again, and some that what most mattered was that we should be cosseted and flattered. That very near the truth it seems to me, a man can win us best with flattery. To dance attendance on us, make a fuss, ensnares us all, the best and worst of us. Some say the things we most desire are these: freedom to do exactly as we please, with no one to reprove our faults and lies, rather to have one call us good and wise. Truly, there's not a woman in 10 score who has a fault and someone rubs the sore. But she will kick if what he says is true. You try it out, and you will find so too. However vicious we may be within, we like to be thought of wise and void of sin. Others assert we women find it sweet when we are thought dependable, discreet, and secret, firm of purpose and controlled, never betraying things that we are told. But that's not worth the handle of a rake. Women conceal a thing? For heaven's sake, remember Midas? Will you hear the tale? Among some other little things now stale, Ovid relates that under his long hair the unhappy Midas grew a splendid pair of ass's ears. As subtly as he might, he kept his foul deformity from sight. Save for his wife, there was not one that knew he loved her best and trusted in her too. He begged her not to tell a living creature that he possessed so horrible a feature, and she swore, were all the world to win, she would not do such villainy and sin as saddle her husband with so foul a name. Besides, to speak would be to share the shame. Nevertheless, she thought she would have died, keeping his secret bottled up inside. It seemed to swell her heart, and she, no doubt, thought it was the point of bursting out. Fearing to speak of it to woman or man, down to a reedy marsh she quickly ran, and reached the edge. Her heart was all on fire, and as a bittern bumbles in the mire, she whispered to the water near the ground, Betray me not, O water, with thy sound. To thee alone I tell it, it appears, my husband has a pair of ass's ears. Ah, my heart, well again, the secret's out. I could no longer keep it, not a doubt. And so you see, although we may hold fast a little while, it must come out at last. We can't keep secrets, as for Midas, well, read Ovid, for his story he will tell. The night that I am telling you about, perceived at last he never would find out what it could be that women loved the best. Faint was the soul within his sorrowful breast. As home he went, he dared no longer stay. His year was up, and now it was the day. As he rode home in dejected mood, suddenly at the margin of a wood, he saw a dance upon the leafy floor of 24 ladies, nay, and more. Eagerly he approached in hope to learn some words of wisdom ere he should return. But lo, before he came to where they were, dancers and dance all vanished into air. This wasn't a living creature to be seen, save one old woman crouched upon the green. A fouler-looking creature, I suppose, could scarcely be imagined. She arose, and said, Sir Knight, there's no way on from here. Tell me what you are looking for, my dear. For peradventure, that were best for you. We old women know a thing or two. Dear mother, said the knight, alack the day, I am as good as dead if I cannot say what thing it is that women most desire. If you could tell me, I would pay your hire. Give me your hand, she said, and swear to do whatever I shall next require of you. If so to do should lie within your might, and you shall know the answer before night. Upon my honor, he answered, I agree. Then, said the crone, I dare you to guarantee your life is safe. I shall make good my claim. Upon my life the queen will say the same. Show me the very proudest of them all, in costly coverchief or jewelled call, that dare say no more, that dare say no to what I have to teach. Let us go forward without further speech. And then she crooned her gospel in his ear, and told him to be glad and not to fear. They came to court this night in full array, stood forth and said, O Queen, I've kept my day, and kept my word, and have my answer ready. That there sat the noble matrons and the heady, young girls and widows too, that have the grace of wisdom, all assembled in that place. And there the queen herself was throned to hear and judge his answer. Then the night drew near, and silence was commanded throughout the hall. The queen gave order he should tell them all what thing it was that women wanted most. He stood not silent like a beast or post, but gave his answer with the ringing word of a man's voice, and the assembly heard. My liege and lady in general, said he, a woman wants the self-same sovereignty over her husband as over her lover, and master him, he must not be above her. That is your greatest wish, whether you kill or spare me, please yourself, I wait your will. In all the court not one that shook her head or contradicted what the knight had said. Maid, wife, and widow cried, he saved his life. And on the word up he started the old wife, the one the knight saw sitting on the green, and cried, Your mercy, sovereign lady queen, before the court disperses, do me right. 'Twas I who taught this answer to the knight, for which it lie within his might. Before this court, I ask you then, Sir Knight, to keep your word and take me for your wife, for well you know that I have saved your life. If this be false, deny it on your sword. Alas, he said, old lady, by the Lord, I know indeed that such was my behest. But for God's love, think of a new request. Take all my goods, but leave my body free. A curse on us, she said, if I agree. I may be foul, I may be poor and old, yet will not choose to be for all the gold that's bedded in the earth or lies above, less than your wife, nay, than your very love. My love, said he, by heaven and my damnation, alas, that any of my race and station should ever make so foul a misalliance. Yet in the end his pleading and defiance all went for nothing, and he was forced to wed. He takes his ancient wife and goes to bed. Now peradventure some may well suspect a lack of care in me, since I neglect to tell of the rejoicing and display made at the feast upon their wedding day. I have but short answer to let fall. I say there was no joy or feast at all. Nothing but heaviness of heart and sorrow. He married her in private on the morrow, and all day long stayed hidden like an owl. It was such a torture that his wife looked foul. Great was the anguish churning in his head when he and she were piloted to bed. He wallowed back and forth in desperate style. His ancient wife lay smiling all the while. At last he said, "Bless us, is this, my dear, how knights and wives get on together here? Are these the laws of good King Arthur's house? Are knights of his all so contemptuous? I am your own beloved and your wife, and I am she indeed that saved your life, and certainly I never did you wrong. Then why this first of nights so sad a song? You're carrying on as if you were half-witted. Say, for God's love, what sin have I committed? I'll put things right if you will tell me how." "Put right?" he cried. "That never can be now. Nothing can ever be put right again. You're old and so abominably plain, so poor to start with, so low-bred to follow. It's little wonder if I twist and wallow. God, that my heart would burst within my breast. Is that," said she, "the cause of your unrest?" "Yes, certainly," he said, "and can you wonder? I should set right what happens, you suppose, a blunder. That's if I cared to, in a day or two, if I were shown more courtesy by you. Just now," she said, "you spoke of gentle birth, such as descendants from ancient wealth and worth. If that's the claim you make for gentlemen, such arrogance is hardly worth a hen. Whoever loves to work for virtuous ends, public and private, and who most intends to do what deeds of gentleness he can, take him to be the greatest gentleman. Christ wills we take our gentleness from him, not a wealth of ancestry long dim, though they bequeath their whole establishment, by which we claim to be of high descent. Our fathers cannot make us a bequest of all those virtues that became them best, and earned for them the name of gentlemen, but bade us follow them as best we can. Thus the wise poet of the Florentines, Dante by name, has written in these lines, for such is the opinion Dante launches, seldom arises by the slender branches. Prowess of men, for it is God no less, wills us to claim of him our gentleness. For of our parents nothing we can claim, save temporal things, and these may hurt and maim. But everyone knows this as well as I, for if gentility were implanted by the natural course of lineage down the line, public or private, could it cease to shine? In doing the fair work of gentle deed, no vice or villainy could then bear seed. Take fire and carry it to the darkest house between this kingdom and the Caucasus, and shut the doors on it and leave it there. It will burn out, and it will burn as fair as if 10,000 men were there to see, for fire will keep its nature and degree. I can assure you, sir, until it dies, but gentleness, as you will recognize, is not annexed in nature to possessions. Men fail in living up to their professions. But fire never ceases to be fire. God knows you'll often find, if you inquire, some lording full of villainy and shame, if you would be esteemed for the mere name of having been by birth a gentleman, and stemming from some virtuous noble clan, and do not live yourself by gentle deed, or take your father's noble code and creed. You are no gentleman, though duke or earl. Vice and bad manners are what make a churl. Gentility is only the renown for bounty that your fathers handed down, quite foreign to your person, not your own. Gentility must come from God alone. That we are gentle comes to us by grace, and by no means it is bequeathed with place. Reflect how noble, says Valerius, was Tullus surnamed Hostilius, who rose from poverty to nobleness, and read Boethius, Seneca no less. Thus they express themselves and are agreed, gentle is he that does a gentle deed. And therefore, my dear husband, I conclude that even if my ancient ancestors were rude, yet God on high, and so I hope he will, can grant me grace to live in virtue still, a gentle woman only when beginning to live in virtue and to shrink from sinning. As for my poverty, which you reprove, Almighty God himself in whom we move, believe and have our being, chose a life of poverty, and every man or wife. Nay, every child can see our heavenly King would never stop to choose such a shameful thing. No shame in poverty if the heart is gay, as Seneca and all the learned say. He who accepts his poverty unhurt, I'd say is rich, although he'd lacked a shirt. But truly poor are they who whine and fret, and covet what they cannot hope to get. And he that having nothing covets not is rich, though you may think he is not. He is a sot. True poverty can find a song to sing. Juvenal says a pleasant little thing. The poor can dance and sing in the relief of having nothing that will tempt a thief. Though it be hateful, poverty is good, a life incentive to a livelihood, a great incentive to a livelihood, and a great help in our capacity for wisdom if accepted patiently. Poverty is, though wanting in estate, a kind of wealth that none calumniate. Poverty often, when the heart is lowly, brings one to God and teaches what is holy, gives knowledge of oneself, and even lends a glass by which to see one's truest friends. And since it is no offence, let me be plain. Do not rebuke my poverty again. Lastly, you taxed me, sir, with being old, yet even if you never had been told, by ancient books you gentlemen engage yourselves in honor to respect old age. To call an old man father shows good breeding, and this could be supported from my reading. You say I'm old and fouler than a fen. You need not fear to be a cuckold then. Filth and old age, I'm sure you will agree, are powerful wardens over chastity. Nevertheless, well knowing your delights, I shall fulfill your worldly appetites. You have two choices, which one will you try? To have me old and ugly till I die, but still a loyal, true, and humble wife, that never will displease you all her life? Or would you rather I were young and pretty, and chance your arm when what happens in a city, where friends will visit you because of me, yes, in other places too, maybe. Which would you have? The choice is all your own. The knight thought long, and with a piteous groan, at last he said, with all the care in life, my lady and my love, my dearest wife, I leave the matter to your wise decision. You make the choice yourself for the provision of what may be agreeable and rich, in honor to us both, I do not care which. Whatever pleases you suffices me. And have I won the mastery, said she, since I'm to choose and rule as I think fit? Certainly, wife, he answered her, that's it. Kiss me, she cried, no quarrels, on my oath, and word of honor you shall find me both, that is, both fair and faithful as a wife. May I go howling mad and take my life, unless I prove to be as good and true as ever wife was sincere was since the world was new. And if tomorrow, when the sun's above, I seem less fair than any love, than any queen or empress, east or west, do with my life and death as you think best. Cast up the curtain, husband, look at me. And when indeed the knight had looked to see, lo, she was young and lovely, rich in charms. In ecstasy he caught her in his arms. His heart went bathing in a bath of bliss, and melted in 100,000 kisses. And she responded in the fullest measure, with all that could delight or give him pleasure. So they lived ever after to the end, in perfect bliss, and may Jesus Christ send us husbands meek and young and fresh in bed, and grace to overbid them when we wed. And Jesu, hear my prayer, cut short the lives of those who won't be governed by their wives, and all old angry niggards of the pence, God send them soon a very pestilence. The word I said is niggards, which is to be miserly. It's not a very common word now, but it is word for word. So don't clip that out of context. Spelled Niggard. You can also have an ly at the end. This next one is The Friar's Tale. The Friar's Prologue. Our worthy limiter, the noble friar, kept glancing with a lowering sort of ire towards the summoner, but to keep polite, as yet had said no ugly word outright. At last he turned towards the wife of Bath. Madam, he said, God be about your path. You here have touched on many difficult rules, debated, I assure you, in the schools. Much you advanced was excellent, I say. But, madam, as we ride along the way, we're only called upon to speak in game. Let's leave the authorities in heaven's name to preachers and to schools for ordinards. Ordinards? But if it means the company, but if it meets the company's demands, I'll talk about a summoner for a game. Lord knows one can be certain from the name. A summoner isn't much to be commended. I hope that none of you will be offended. A summoner's one who runs about the nation, dealing out summonses for fornication, is beaten up by every villager at the town's end. Now mind the manners, sir, our host called out, befitting your estate. In company we do not want debate. You tell your tale and let the summoner be. Nay, said the summoner, makes no odds to me. Say what he likes, and when my turn's to come, I'll pay him back, by God, I'll strike him dumb. I'll tell him what an honor it is, none higher, to be a limiter, a flattering friar. To tell him all about that job of his, our host replied, let's have no more of this. Then turning to the friar, we prefer, he said, to hear your story, my dear sir. The Friar's Tale. In my own district once there used to be a fine archdeacon, one of high degree, who boldly did the execution do on fornication and on witchcraft too, bawdy, adultery, and defamation, breaches of wills and contract, spoliation of church endowment, failure in the rents, and tithes and disregard of sacraments. All these and many other kinds of crime that need have no rehearsal at this time. Usury, simony too, but he could boast that lechery was what he punished most. They had to sing for it if they were caught, like those who failed to pay the tithes they ought. As for all such, if there was an informant, nothing could save them from pecunial torment. For those whose tithes and offerings were small were made to sing the saddest song of all, and ere the bishop caught them with his crook, they were all down in the archdeacon's book, and he had jurisdiction on inspection and powers to administer correction. He had a summoner ready on to his hand. There was no slyer boy in all the land, for he had subtly formed a gang of spies who taught him where his profit might arise, and he would spare one lecher from his store to teach the way to 24 more. Though it may drive him mad as a March hare, our summoner here, I will not spare. His harlotries, he has no jurisdiction on friars, and he cannot make the infliction upon us now or ever or take dues from friars, nor from women of the stews. The summoner shouted, "We have no control on either lot, the devil take your soul." Called out the host, "I say I won't have quarrels. On with your story, sir, and if it galls." The summoner, "Spare him not, my worthy master." The treacherous thief, the friar said, was pastor to certain bawds that ate out of his hand lures for a hawk, none such in all the land. They told him all the secret things they drew from sinners, their acquaintance was not new. Each was his agent, say the private spy. He drew large profits to himself thereby. Even the archdeacon didn't always know how much he got. He didn't have to show a warrant when he chose to make things hot for some obscure, uneducated sot. For he could summon under threat of curse, and they were glad enough to fill his purse, or give him banquets at the Lamb and Flag, and just as Judas kept a little bag, and was a thief, just as thief was he, his master got no more than half the fee. To give the man his due and not to skimp, he was a thief, a summoner, and a pimp. And he had wenches in his retinue, so when the Reverend Robert or Sir Hugh or Jack or Ralph or whoever it was drew near and lay with them, they told it in his ear. He and these wenches made a gang at it, then would fetch forth a fictitious writ, summon them both before the chapter bench, and skin the man while letting off the wench. Saying, "Dear friend, I know you would prefer her name were struck from our black register. Trouble yourself no further, my good man. On her account, I'll help you all I can. He knew so much of bribery and blackmail, I should be 2 years telling you the tale. There is no sporting dog that's more expert at knowing a wounded deer from one unhurt than was this summoner who could spot for sure lecher, adulterer, or paramour. Indeed, on that his whole attention went, because it was the source of all his rent. So it befell that on a certain day this summoner rode forth to catch his prey, a poor old fiddle of a widow tribe, from whom on a feigned charge he hoped to bribe. Now as he rode, it happened that he saw a gay young yeoman under a leafy shaw. He bore a bow with arrows bright and keen, and wore a little jacket of bright green, and had black fringed hat upon his head, Hail, welcome, and well met, the summoner said. Welcome to you and all good lads, said he. Whither away under the greenwood tree? Pursued the yeoman, have you far to go? The summoner paused a moment and said, No, just here, close by. In fact, I'm only bent on going for a ride to raise a rent. That's owing my lord a little fee. Why then, you are a bailiff? Yes, said he. He did not dare for very filth and shame to say he was a summoner for the name. Well, I'll be damned, the yeoman said. Dear brother, you say you're a bailiff, I'm another. But I'm a stranger around this part. I beg your acquaintance with you for a start, and brotherhood, if that is fair to offer. I have some gold and silver in my coffer, and should you chance to cross in our shire, all shall be yours as much as you desire. My word, the summoner answered, thanks a lot. The pair of them shook hands upon the spot, swore to be brothers to their dying day, and chatting pleasantly rode on their way. This summoner, always ready with a word, as full of venom as a butcher bird, and sticking his nose into one thing or another, went on. And where do you live at home, dear brother? I might come calling there some other day. The yeoman said in his soft-spoken way, Oh, far up north, I'll tell you where. I hope that sometime I shall see you there. Before we part, I shall be so explicit about my home, I'm sure you'll never miss it. Brother, the summoner said, I'd like to know if you can teach me something as we go. Since you're a bailiff, just the same as me, tell me your subtler tricks, now seriously. How can I win most money at the game? Keep nothing back for conscience or from shame. Talk like a brother. How do you make out? Well, I break level, brother, just about. I'll tell a truthful story, all in all. My wages are extremely tight and small. My master's hard on me and difficult. My job laborious and with poor result. And so it's by extortion that I live. I take whatever anyone will give. At any rate, by tricks and violences, from year to year I cover my expenses. I can't say better, speaking truthfully. The summoner said, It's just the same with me. I'm ready to take anything, God wot, unless it is too heavy or too hot. What I can get out of a little chat in private, why should conscience boggle at that? Excuse me. Without extortion, how could I make a living? My little jokes are hardly worth forgiving. Bowels of pity, conscience, I have none. Plague on these penance fathers, every one. We make a pair, by God and by St. James. But, brother, what do you say to swapping names? The summoner paused, the yeoman all the while. The summoner spoke, had worn a little smile. Brother, he answered, would you have me tell? I am a friend, my dwelling is in hell. I ride on business and have so far thriven by taking anything that I am given. That is the sum of all my revenue. You seem to have the same objective too. You're out for wealth acquired no matter how, and so with me I'll go a-riding now, as far as the world's end in search of prey. Lord, said the summoner, what did I hear you say? I thought you were a yeoman, certainly, and you have the body of a man like me. And have you then another shape as well, appointed for your high estate in hell? No, he replied, for hell admits of none, but when we like can appropriate one, or rather make you think we have a shape. Sometimes it's like a man, sometimes an ape, even an angel riding into bliss. There's nothing very wonderful in this. A lousy conjurer can trick your eye, and he, God knows, has far less power than I. But why, pursued the summoner, track your game in various shapes? Why do you stay the same? Just to appear, he said, in such a way as will enable us to snatch our prey. But why do you have to go to all this bother? For very many reasons, my dear brother. You shall know all about it in good time. The day is short, and it is long past prime. And yet I've taken nothing the whole day, and I must think of business if I may. Rather than air my intellectual gift. Besides, you lack the brains to catch my drift. If I explained, you wouldn't understand. Yet since you ask why we're a busy band, it's thus. At times we are God's instruments, a means of forwarding divine events. When he so pleases that concerns his creatures, by various arts disguised by various features. We have no power without him, that's a fact, if it should please him to oppose some act. Sometimes at our request he gives us leave to hurt the body, though we may not grieve the soul. Take Job in his a case in point. At other times the two are not disjoint. That is to say, the body and the soul. Sometimes we are allowed to take control over a man and put his soul to test, but not his body. All is for the best. For every time a man withstands temptation, it is a partial cause of his salvation. Though our intention is, when we beset him, not that he should be saved, but we should get him. At times we slave for men without complaint, as on Archbishop Dunstan, now a saint. Why, I was servant to the apostle once. Tell me, the summoner said, I'm just a dunce. But do you make new bodies as you go? One of the elements? The fiend said no. We just create illusions, or we raise a corpse and use it. There are many ways. And we can talk as trippingly as well as to the witch of Endor Samuel. And yet some people say it wasn't he. I have no use for your theology. One thing I warn you of, it is no jape. You will be learning all about our shape. In any case, hereafter, my dear brother, when you'll not need me, no, nor yet another, to teach you for your own experience, will furnish you sufficient evidence to give a lecture on it and declare, as well as from a professional chair. Better than Virgil when he was alive, or Dante either, now if we're to thrive. Let's hurry on, I'll keep you company, unless it chance that you abandon me. What, said the summoner, leave you on your own? I am a yeoman pretty widely known. I'll hold to my engagement on the level, though you were Satan himself, the very devil. I'll keep my word of honor to a brother, as I have sworn, and so shall each to other. True brothers we shall be, the bargain's made, and both of us can go about our trade. You take your share, whatever people give, and I'll take mine. That's our way to live. If either should do better than the other, let him be true and share it with his brother. Agreed, the devil answered, as you say, and on the word they trotted on their way. Just as the entry of the very village, the summoner had it in mind to pillage. They saw a farm cart loaded up with hay. There was a carter driving, but the way was deep and muddy, and the cart stood still. The carter lashed out and shouted with a will, "Hey, Brock, hup, Scotty! Never mind for stones. The foul fiend come and fetch you, flesh and bones. As sure as you were foaled, mud, ruts, and rubble. Lord, what a team! I've never known such trouble. The devil take all, cart, horse, and hay in one." The summoner said, "Now we shall have some fun." And as if nothing were happening, he drew near and whispered softly in the devil's ear, "Listen to that, dear brother, use your head. Didn't you hear what the old carter said? Take it all at once, he gave them all to you, his hay, his cart, and his 3 horses too." "Don't you believe it," said the fiend, "I heard. But he meant nothing by it, take my word. Go up and ask him, if you don't trust me, or else keep quiet for a bit and see." The carter thwacked his horses, jerked the rein, and got them moving as they took the strain. "Hup there," he shouted, "Jesus bless you, love, and all his handiwork. Hey, saints above! Well tugged, old fellow, that's the stuff, grey boy. God save you all, my darlings, send you joy. That's lifted the old cart out of the slough. What did I tell you," said the fiend, "just now? That ought to make it clear to you, dear brother. The chap said one thing, but he meant another. So let's go on a bit, you mustn't scoff, but there's nothing I can carry off." When they were out of town a little way, the summoner whispered to the fiend to say, "There's an old fiddle here, an ancient wreck. Dear brother, who would rather break her neck than lose a penny of her goods, too bad. She'll have to pay me 12 pence, she'll be mad. But if she doesn't pay, she'll face the court. And yet, God knows, there's nothing to report. She has no vices, but as you failed just now to earn your keep, I'd like to show you how." The summoner battered at the widow's gate. "Come out," he said, "you old inebriate. I'll bet you've got a friar or priest inside." "Who's knocking? Bless us, Lord," the widow cried. "God save you, sir, and what is your sweet will?" "Here," said the summoner, "I've a summons bill. On pain of excommunication, see that you're at court at the archdeacon's knee. Tomorrow morning there are certain things to answer for. Jesus Christ, King of Kings." She said, "Have mercy, what am I to say? I can't, I'm ill, and have been many a day. I couldn't walk so far, not even ride. 'Twould kill me, there's a pricking in my side. Couldn't you write it down and save a journey, and let me answer it through my attorney? The charge, I mean, whatever it may be." "Yes, if you pay at once," he said, "let's see. 12 pence to me, and I'll secure the acquittal. I get no profit from it, very little. My master gets the profit, and not me. Come off it, I'm in haste, it's got to be. Give me 12 pence, no time to wait, old fairy." "12 pence," said she. "O blessed Virgin Mary, help me and keep me clear of sin and dearth. Why, if you were to offer me the earth, I couldn't. There's not 12 pence in my bag. You know I'm nothing but a poor old hag. Show kindness to a miserable wretch. If I excuse you, may the devil fetch me off, though it should break you. Come along. Pay up," he said, "but I've done nothing wrong. You pay at once, or by the sweet Anne," he said, "I'll carry off your frying pan. For debt, the new one, owed me since the day you cuckolded your husband, did I pay for the correction then, or did I not?" "You lie," she said, "on my salvation." "What? Correction? Whether as widow or as wife, I've never had a summons in my life. I've never cuckolded my poor old man. And as for you and your and for your frying pan, the hairiest, blackest devil out of hell carry you off and take the pan as well. 12 pence for a frying pan? Seeing her kneel and curse, the devil spoke. Now, Mother Mabel, this is all a joke, or do you really mean the things you say? The devil, she said, can carry him away. With pan and all useless he will repent, all unless he will repent. No, you old cow, I have no such interest. The summoner said, there's no repentance due for anything I ever had of you. I'd strip you naked, smock and rag and clout, the devil said. What are you cross about, dear brother? You and this pan are mine by right. You yet shall be in hell with me tonight, where you'll know more about our misery than any doctor of divinity. And on the word of this foul fiend made a swoop, and dragged him body and soul to join the troop in hell, where summoners have their special shelf, and God, who in the image of himself created man, guide us to Abraham's lap, and make this summoner here a decent chap. My lords, I could have told you, never fear, had I the time to save this summoner here. Following texts from Christ and Paul and John, and many teachers who are dead and gone, of torments that are fit to terrorize your hearts, though tongue of man can scarce devise. Such things, or in 1,000 winters tell, the pain of that accursed house of hell. Watch therefore and pray Jesus of his grace to keep us out of that accursed place, and ward off Satan tempting us from glory. Ponder my words, reflect upon my story. The lion's always on the watch for prey, to kill the innocent if he so may, and so dispose your heart that it withstand the fiend who would enslave you in his band. He may not tempt you, though above your might, for Christ will be your champion and your knight. And summoners flee the sins that so beset you, and learn repentance ere the devil get you. Thus ends the Friar's Tale. This next one is the Summoner's Tale. The Summoner's Prologue. The summoner rose in wrath against the friar, high in his stirrups, and he quaked with ire. He stood there trembling like an aspen leaf. I've only one desire, he said, it's brief, and one your courtesy will not deny, since you have heard this filthy friar lie. Let me refute him, I've a tale to tell. This friar boasts his knowledge about hell, and if he does, God knows it's little wonder. Friars and fiends are seldom far asunder. Lord knows you must have often heard him tell of how a friar was ravished down to hell. Once in a vision taken there in spirit, an angel led him up and down to ferret among the torments various kinds of fire, and yet he never saw a single friar, though he saw plenty of other kinds of folk in pain enough. At last this friar spoke. Sir, are the friars in such a state of grace? He said. None ever come to this place? Why, yes, the angel answered, many a million, and led him down to Lucifer's pavilion. Satan, the angel said, has got a tail as broad or broader than a barge's sail. Hold up thy tail, thou Satan, then said he, show forth thine arse, and let the friar see the nest ordained for friars in this place. Ere the tail rose a furlong into space, from underneath it there began to drive, much as if bees were swarming from a hive, some 20,000 friars in a rout, and swarmed all over hell around about, and then came back as fast as they could run, and crept into his arse again, each one. He clapped his tail on them, and then lay still, and after, when the friar had looked his fill on all the torments in that sorry place, his spirit was restored by heaven's grace back to his body again, and he awoke, but all the same the terror made him choke, so much the devil's arse was on his mind, the natural heritage of all his kind. God save you all except this cursed friar, for that is all the prologue I require. My lords, there lies in Yorkshire, as I guess, a marshly district known as Holderness, in which a friar, a limiter, went about to preach his sermons and to beg, no doubt. And on a certain day it so befell, when he had preached in the church and cast his spell, with one main object far above the rest, to fire his congregation with a zest, for buying trentals, and for Jesus' sake, to give the wherewithal for friars to make their holy houses where the Lord is dowered, with truest honour not to be devoured by those to whom there is no need to give, like those endowed already who can live. Thanks be to God in affluence and glory. Trentals, he said, can fetch from purgatory the souls of all your friends, both old and young, yes, even when they're very quickly sung. Not that a priest in frivolous or gay, because he only sings one mass a day. Release the souls, he thundered, from the pit, deliver them from the flesh hook and the spit. What agony he clawed, to be clawed and to burn, to bake. Be quick, exert yourself, for Jesus' sake. When he had finished all he had to say, with qui compatre, off he went his way. When folk had put their pennies in the plate, he used to go away, he wouldn't wait. With scrip and pointed staff uplifted high, he went from house to poke and pry, and beg a little meal and cheese or corn. His comrade had a staff was tapped with horn, and bore 2 ivory tablets, wax anointed, also a stylus elegantly pointed. He always wrote the names down as he stood of those who gave him offerings or food. Pretense of praying for them by and by. Give us a bushel of barley, malt, or rye. A wee God's cookie, then a slice of cheese. It's not for us to choose, but as you please. A penny to say mass, or half a penny. Some of your brawn, perhaps you haven't any? Well, then a bit of blanket, worthy dame. Our well-beloved sister, there's your name. It's down. Beef, bacon, anything you can find. A sturdy varlet followed them behind. The servant for their guests, and bore a sack. What they were given he carried on his back. Once out of doors again, and business done, he used to plane the names out, every one, that he had written on his waxen tablets. He'd serve them all with fairy tales and fables. No, there you lie, you summoner, cried the friar. Peace, said our host, who cares if he's a liar? Tell on your story, let the friar keep still. Never you spare him, summoner, nor I will. On went this friar from house to house, till he came upon where he was wont to be, better refreshed than any one in town. The householder was sick and lying down, bedridden on a couch the fellow lay. Desu hic, the friend Thomas, how are we today? The friar said, taking pains to soften his voice politely, God protect you, often. How often I've sat upon this very bench to steal your kindness and enjoyed a merry meal. And from the bench he drove away the cat, and lying down his pointed staff his hat. And then his scrip he settled softly down, his comrade was off walking in the town. He and his varlet had gone off to see the hostel where they aimed that night to be. Oh, my dear master, said this ailing man, how have things been with you since March began? Ain't seen you with this last fortnight now or more. God knows, he answered, I have labored sore, and more especially I have said in care of your salvation many a precious prayer. And for our other friends, but let that pass, I went this morning to your church for Mass, and preached according to my simple wit. It wasn't all on texts from Holy Writ, for that's too hard for you, I suppose, and I prefer to paraphrase or gloze. Glozing's a glorious thing, and anyway, the letter killeth, as we clerics say. And so I taught them to be charitable, and spend their goods where it is reasonable. And there I saw your wife. Ah, where is she? Out in the yard, I think, or ought to be. The fellow said, She'll come, she can't be far. Why, sir, you're welcome, by St. John you are. The woman said, I hope you're keeping sprightly. Up from his bench the friar rose politely, embracing her, the clasp was somewhat narrow, and kissed her sweetly, chirping like a sparrow. As his lips parted, Madam, he said, I'm fine. Your servant, madam, he said, in all that's mine. Thanks be to God that give your soul and life. I haven't seen a prettier little wife. In all the church today, upon my word. Well, God amend defects, the woman purred. At any rate, you're welcome, I'll be bound. My warmest thanks, that's what I've always found. If I may trespass, you're so very kind. On your good nature you wouldn't mind. I want to talk to Thomas here, you know. These curates are so negligent and slow at groping consciences, and with tenderness I study how to preach and to confess. Earnestly read St. Peter and St. Paul, and walk about to fish and make a haul of Christian souls, pay Christ his proper rent, and if I spread his word I am content. Now, my dear master, by your leave, said she, scold the man well, for by the Trinity, he is as irritable as an ant, though he has everything a man could want. I try to keep him warm at night, I squeeze him, put my leg over him or arm to please him, and all he does is grunt, like a boar in sty. I get no other sport of him, not I. No way of pleasing him at all, I promise. Oh, Thomas, je vos dis. Oh, Thomas, Thomas, that is the devil's work and must be chidden. Anger's a thing by heavenly God forbidden. I mean to speak of that a word or so. Now, master, said the wife, before I go, what would you like for dinner? What would suit? Well, madam, he answered, je vos descenduit. If I could have a little chicken liver. And some of your soft bread, the merest shiver. Then a pig's head roasted, but do you see, I won't have any creature killed for me. It would be homely and sufficient fare. The sustenance I take is very spare. You see, my spirit draws its nourishment out of the Bible, and my body's spent. In pains and prayers my stomach is destroyed. However, madam, you mustn't be annoyed. to hear me speak as frankly as I do, for these are things I tell so very few. Before I leave you, sir, you ought to know, she said, my baby died 2 weeks ago, just after you left town on visitation. I know, I saw his death by revelation, replied the flyer. In our dormitory, I saw the little fellow born into glory. I dare say it was less than half an hour after his death, indeed, to God the power. Our sexton and our infirmarian, they saw it too, both friars, boy and man. These 50 years, thank God, they now are free to walk alone. They've reached their jubilee. I rose at once, in fact, the entire place rose, and the tears were trickling down my face. There was no noise, no clattering bells were rung, but a Te Deum, nothing else was sung, save that I made an act of adoration to Christ to thank him for his revelation. For I assure you both, believe me well, our orisons are more effectual, and we see more of Christ's most secret things than common people do, or even kings. We live in poverty and abstinence, but common folk in riches and expense, on food and drink and other foul delight, but we condemn all worldly appetite. Dives and Lazarus lived differently, and different in their guardian had to be. Whoever prays must fast, he must keep clean, fatten his soul and make his body lean. We follow the apostle, clothes and food suffice us, though they may be rough and rude. Our purity and fasting have sufficed to make our prayers acceptable to Christ. Moses had fasted 40 days and nights before Almighty God upon the heights of Sinai came down to speak with him, and with an empty stomach, frail of limb, Moses received the law Jehovah drew with his own finger, and Elijah too, when in Mount Horeb, ere he could have speech with the Almighty Lord, who is the leech of life, had fasted long on contemplation. Aaron no less, under whose domination the temple was, and on other levities too, when they approached the temple to renew their services and supplications, they refrained from drinking, that's to say, that might have made them drunk, attending there in abstinence, in wanting, and in prayer. Lest they should die, take heed of what I say, unless the priest is sober who would pray. For you, but there, I've said enough of it. Jesus our Lord, it says in Holy Writ, fasted and prayed and patterned our desires. And so we have mendicants, we simple friars, have wedded poverty and continence, charity, humbleness, and penitence, and persecution too for righteousness, pure, merciful, austere, but quick to bless. Though weeping often, therefore, our desires, I'm speaking of ourselves, mendicant friars, are more acceptable to God, more able than yours with all your feasts upon the table. I speak the truth, gluttony was the vice that first flung Adam out of paradise, and man was chased to Eden, I may mention. But listen to me, Thomas, pay attention. Though there's no test exactly, I suppose, yet in manner of speaking, if I gloze a little, you will see our Lord referred especially to friars in the word. Blessed are the poor in spirit, think and look, study the Gospels, search the Holy Book, and see if it be like our profession than theirs who swim in riches and possession. Fie on the pomp, fie on their gluttony, their ignorance is a disgrace to see. Jovian makes a good companion, fat as a whale and waddling like a swan. They stink of wine like bottles in a bar. How reverent their supplications are. When they say prayers for souls, their psalm of David is just a burp, cor mediums ercuvat. Eruk Tavit, who follows on the gospel, tracks the spore of Christ, but we, the humble, chaste and poor, the doers of the word, not hearers only, as a hawk springs up into the lonely regions of heaven, so the prayer aspires of charitable, chaste, and busy friars, takes flight and enters in God's two ears. O Thomas, Thomas, let me say with tears, and by that patron who is called Saint Ives, where were your hope to be as one that thrives, if you were not our brother? Day and night our chapter prays the Lord to send you might. Strengthen your body, girdle it and belt it. God knows, the fellow said, I haven't felt it. So help me Christ, I've spent a lot in hire these past few years on various kinds of friar. Aye, many a pound, and yet I'm none the better. I've poured it out, I'm very near a debtor. Farewell, my gold, it's gone, no more to go. O Thomas, said the friar, did you so? What need to seek out various kinds of friar? Who, with a perfect doctor, could require to seek out other doctors in the town? Your own inconstancy has let you down. Inconstancy has let you down. Your faith is Did you suppose our convent and I too are insufficient then to pray for you? Thomas, that joke's not good. Your faith is brittle. You're ill because you've given us too little. Ah, give that convent half a quarter of oats. Ah, give that convent 24 groats. Ah, give that friar a penny and let him go? No, Thomas, it should not be so. What is a farthing worth if split in 12? An undivided thing is, if you delve into your wits, stronger than when it's scattered. Thomas, by me, you never shall be flattered. You're trying to get our work for nothing, eh? Why, what does Almighty God, who made us, say? The laborer is worthy of his hire. Thomas, you know it is not that I desire your treasure for myself. It should be spent, seeing our convent is so diligent. In prayer for you to build the Church of Christ, Thomas, if you would learn to, or be enticed to learn what good there is in building churches, your namesake's life will further your researches. St. Thomas of India, there you lie in ire, the devil having set your heart on fire, and chide this foolish, innocent woman here, your wife, so meek, so patient, so sincere. So Thomas, please let this be understood. No wrangling with your wife, it is for your good, and take this thought away to fill your head. Touching this matter, wisely was it said, there be not as a lion in thy house, a terror to thy household, tyrannus, nor such that shine acquaintance flees away. I charge you, Thomas, once again, and say, beware of her that in your bosom sleeps, beware the serpent that so slyly creeps amidst the grass and stings with subtlety. Beware, my son, and listen patiently. For 20,000 men have lost their lives for wrangling with their lovers and their wives. And since you have so holy and meek a wife, wait, Thomas, is the need for all this strife? No serpent is so cruel, truth to tell, if one should tread upon its tail, so fell, as women who have given way to ire. Vengeance is the sum of their desire. Ire is a sin, one of the deadly 7, abominable unto God in heaven, and a destruction to yourself none quicker. Every illiterate parson, every vicar, can tell that ire endangers homicide, for ire is the executor of pride. Were I to say what ire can bring in sorrow, to man my tale would last until tomorrow. Today, so day and night I pray as best I can, God send no power to an angry man. Grant great harm can come of it, great anxiety, great misery, when angry men are set in high degree. Once on a time in an angry potentate, Seneca says, bore rule over a state. A certain day 2 knights went riding out, and fortune willed that it should come about that one of them returned, the other not. The knight was brought to judgment on the spot. This judge gave sentence, you have killed your friend, you are condemned to death, and that's the end. And to another knight was standing by, he turned and said, go and lead him out to die. And so it happened as they went along to the appointed place towards the throng. There came the knight that was reported dead, so it seemed best that both of them be led together back before the judge again. My lord, they said, the knight has not been slain. His friend is guiltless. As you see, they thrive. You all shall die, said he, as I am alive. You first, the second, you, and you the third. And turning to the first, he said this word, I have condemned you, you must therefore die. Then to the next, you too, and this is why. Your comrade clearly owes his death to you. Then to the third, he turned and said, you too. You had my orders, they were not fulfilled, and so it was the 3 of them were killed. An angry man and drunken was Cambyses, who took great joy in showing off his vices. A knight, it happened, in his company, given to virtue and morality, in private confidence with him began, a lord is lost if he is a vicious man. And drunkenness is filthy to record of any man, especially a lord. Many the eye and ear that takes good care to spy on lords, they can't be certain where. For God's love, be more temperate in your drink, for wine will rob you of your power to think, and incapable your members too. You'll see, said he, the opposite is true, and prove it by your own experience, that wine has no such power of offence. There is no wine so strong as to deny strength to my hand or foot or sight of eye. I'm going to adjust my seat. Oh. That's better. And out of spite he drank as much, nay more, 100 times than he had drunk before, and right away this angry, cursed wretch gave an immediate command to fetch this noble's son, and there he made him stand. Then snatching up a bow to his hand, drew string to ear, and aiming it with care, he shot him with an arrow then and there. Now have I got a steady hand or not? Now have my mental powers gone to rot? The tyrant said, has wine destroyed my sight? Why should I tell the answer of the night? His son was slain, there's no more to say. Dealing with lords, be careful in your play. You sing placebo, I shall, if I can, except when talking to some poor old man, to tell their vices to the poor as well, but not to lords, though they should go to hell. Cyrus the Persian was an evil liver, and given to anger he destroyed the river. Gyson, in which his horse was drowned upon his expedition to take Babylon. That river in his rage was so diminished, women could wade in it by the time he finished. Solomon teaches us, as no one can, make thou no friendship with an angry man, and with a furious man take not thy way, lest thou repent it, there's no more to say. Leave anger, Thomas, brother, have a care. You'll find me just, I'm like a joiner's square. That devil's knife, oh, draw it from your heart. It is your anger causes you smart. Make your confession to me if you can. No, by Saint Simon, said the ailing man. The curate came and shrived me here today. I told him everything I had to say. There's no more need to speak of it, said he, unless I care to, from humility. Then give me your gold and make our cloister, said he, for many a mussel, many an oyster. When other men eat well and fill their cup, has been our food to build our cloister up. And yet we've hardly finished the foundation. There's not a tile as yet or tessellation upon the pavement that we hope to own, and £40 is owing still for stone. Now, Thomas, help for him that harrowed hell, for otherwise we shall be forced to sell our books, and if you lacked in predication, the world would quickly fall to desolation. To cheat it of our sermons and bereave the world of us, dear Thomas, by your leave, were worse than to bereave it of the Son, who teaches and who works as we have done. And for a long, long time, he said, because there have been friars since Elijah was. Elisha, too, was one, the books record. In charity with us, I thank the Lord. Now, Thomas, help for holy charity. And down at once he went upon his knee. The ailing man was nearly mad with ire. He would have very gladly burnt the friar. Him and his lying speech and false profession. I'll give you what I have in my possession. Such as it is, he said, I have none other. You said a moment back that I was your brother? Believe it, said the friar, and none better. I brought your wife our sealed fraternal letter. Well, now, he said, there's something I can give your holy convent if I am to live, and you shall have it on your hand to own, on one condition and on one alone, that you divide it equally, dear brother, and every friar to have as much as other. But swear by your profession to the thing, and without fraudulence or cavilling. I swear it by my faith, said the friar, clasping the hand of the poor man in bed. My hand on it, in me shall be no lack. Well then, reach down your hand along my back, the sick man said, and if you grope behind, beneath my buttocks you're sure to find something I've hidden there for secrecy. Ah, thought the friar, that's the thing for me. And down he launched his hand and searched the cleft, in hope of profiting by gift or theft. When the sick man could feel him here and there, groping about his fundament with care, into that friar's hand he blew a fart. There never was a farm horse drawing cart that farted with more prodigious sound. Mad as the lion when the friar spun round. You treacherous lout, he cried, God's bones and blight. You did it on purpose, it was done for spite. You shall pay dearly for that fart, I say. The sick man's servants, hearing the affray, came leaping in and chased away the friar, and off he went, still sputtering with ire. To find his comrade where he kept his goods, he looked like a wild boar out of the woods. Gnashing his teeth, he was so furious, he strode along towards the manor house, where lived a man of honor and possession, who used to seek the friar in confession. This worthy man was the manorial lord, and as he was eating at his board, in came the friar in towering rage, almost past speech for anger by that stage. But in the end, God bless you, sir, said he. The Lord stared back. Hey, Benedicti. It's Friar John. What sort of world is this? It's easily seen that something is amiss. You look as if thieves were in the wood. Sit down and say if I can do you good. I'll settle matters for you if I can. I have received an insult, said the man. God give you joy below here in your village. In all the world there is no serf at tillage, so poor but would have held in execration and counted it as an abomination. The affront that I've been offered in your town, and yet what grieves me most, this hoary clown blasphemed against our holy convent too. Now, master, said the Lord, I beg of you. No, master, sir, said he, your servitor, although the schools did me the honour, sir. But still God wishes not that men should call us rabbi, either here in your large hall, or in the market. Never mind, said he. Tell me your trouble, sir. There was done to me, and to my order too, an odious wrong. Per consequens, to all my that may belong, to Holy Church itself, may God amend it. Sir, said the Lord, you know the way to end it. Keep calm, you're my confessor, I know your worth. You are the salt and savour of the earth. For love of God, be patient and unfold the matter of your grief. So then he told the story, you have heard it with a will. The lady of the house sat very still, till she had heard the friar's whole tirade. Mother of God, she said, O blessed maid, and there is nothing else? Now tell me true. Madam, he answered, may I hear your view? My view, she said, God help us, what's the need? I say a churl has done the churlish deed. What should I say? May God deny him ease? His poor sick head is full of vanities. I think he must have had some kind of fit. Madam, said he, I'll pay him out for it. By God I will. There are within my reach several ways. For instance, I can preach. I can defame him. I won't be derided or bidden divide what cannot be divided in equal parts. God damn his ignorance. The Lord had sat like some one in a trance, rolling in heart the problem up and down, how the imagination of a clown had hit on this conundrum for the friar. I never before heard such a thing transpire. I think the devil put it in his mind. In all arithmetic you cannot find, until today, so tricky an equation. How could one set about a demonstration where every man alike should have his part, both of the sound and saviour of a fart? Proud churl, oh nice distinction, damn his nerve. He then went on more gravely to observe, who ever heard of such a thing till now? To every man alike, good Lord, but how? It is impossible, it cannot be. Aha, nice churl, God send him misery. The rumbling of a fart or any sound is only air reverberating round. What's more, diminishingly, bit by bit, upon my word, no one could have the wit to see it was divided equally, to think a churl of mine could be so shrewd as to my own confessor too. He's certainly demonic in my view. Now eat your food and leave the churl alone, and let the devil hang him for his own. Now the Lord's squire was standing by and heard the tale as he was carving word for word, and saw the problem you have heard defined. My lord, he said, I hope you will not mind, but for a piece of cloth to make a gown, I'd tell the friar, but he mustn't frown. how such a fart could equally be shared between him and his convent if I cared. His lord replied, Well, tell us then, go on, and you shall have your gown cloth by St. John. Well, when the weather, sir, he said, is fair, when there's no wind or movement in the air, then have a cartwheel brought into this hall, but see the spokes are fitted 12 in all. A cartwheel has 12 spokes, then by and by, bring me 12 friars, you will ask why. Well, 13 make a convent, as I guess, and this confessor here, for worthiness, shall bring the number to 13, my lord. Then they shall all kneel down with one accord, to each spoke, and a friar, I propose, shall very seriously lay his nose. Your excellent confessor, whom God save, shall put his nose right up under the nave, and then the churl with belly stiff and taut, as drum or tower hither shall be brought, set on the wheel, and thus taken from the cart above the nave, and made to let a fart. Then you will see, as surely as I live, and by a proof that it is demonstrative, that equally the sound of it will wend together with the stink to the spokes' end. Save that this worthy friar, your confessor, being of great honour, they of lesser, shall have the first fruits, as is only right. A noble custom in which friars unite is that a worthy man should first be served, and certainly it will be well deserved. Today his preaching did us so much good, being beneath the pulpit where he stood, that I'd allow him, if it fell to me, first smell of every fart, say up to 3. And so all his convent, I am sure, his bearing is so holy, fair, and pure. The lord and lady, all except the friar, thought Jackie's answer all they could desire, as wise as Euclid or as Ptolemy. As for the churl, it was his subtlety, his wit, they said, to think of such a crack. He's no fool, he's no demoniac. And Jackie has acquired a new gown. My tale is done. We've almost come to town. Thus ends the Summoner's Tale. This next one is the Clerk's Tale. The Clerk's Prologue. You, sir, from Oxford, said the host, God's life, as coy and quiet as a virgin wife, newly espoused and sitting mum at table, you haven't said a word since we left stable. Studying, I suppose, on wisdom's wing, says Solomon, there's time for everything. For goodness' sake, cheer up, show animation. There is no time for abstruse meditation. Tell us a lively tale in heaven's name, for when a man has entered on a game, he's bound to keep the rules, it's by consent, but don't you preach as friars do in Lent, dragging up all our sins to make us weep, nor tell a tale to send us all to sleep. Let it be brisk adventure, stuff that nourishes, and not too much of your rhetorical flourishes. Keep the high style on occasion brings, a use for it, like when they write to kings. And for the present put things in plainly, pray. So we can follow all you have to say. This worthy cleric left the land of Nod, and said benignly, Sir, I kiss the rod. Our company is under your control, and I am all obedience, heart and soul. That is, as far as reason will allow, I heard the story I shall tell you now, in Padua from a learned man now dead, of proven worth in all he did and said. Yes, he is dead and nailed up in his chest, and I pray God his spirit may have rest. Francis Petrarch, the poet laureate, they called him, whose sweet rhetoric of late illuminated Italy with poesy, as Linnean did with his philosophy, and law and other special kinds of learning, death that allows no lingering or returning, in as it were the twinkling of an eye, has slain them both, and we must also die. But to return to this distinguished man, from whom I learnt the tale as I began, let me say first he starts it by inditing a preface in the highest style of writing, ere come to the body of his tale, describing Piedmont and the Saluzzo Vale, and the high Apennines that one may see, bounding the lands of western Lombardy, and he is most particular to tell of Monte Visto, where from a little well the river Po springs from its tiny source, eastwards it runs, increasing on its course. Towards the Emilian Way, Ferrara past, it reaches Venice and the sea at last, which is not only far too long to tell, but as I think irreverent as well, except to set the tale and engineer it, a framework that is, if you will hear it. The Clerk's Tale. Upon the western shores of Italy, where Monte Visto lifts into the cold, there lies a plain of such rich fertility, with many a town and tower to behold, built by their forefathers in days of old, and other lovely things to see in legion. Saluzzo it is called, this splendid region. There was a marquis once who ruled that land, as had his ancestors in days gone by. His vassals were obedient at his hand, ready to serve the lowly and the high. Honored and dreaded under fortune's eye, he long had lived and found the living pleasant, beloved alike by nobleman and peasant. He was, moreover, speaking of descent, the noblest born of all Lombardy, handsome and young and strong in him were blent, high honour and gentle courtesy. He was discreet in his authority, though in some things he was indeed to blame, as you shall hear, and Walter was his name. I blame his failure in consideration of what the distant future might provide. He always fed his present inclination, hawking and hunting round the countryside. As to more serious cares he let them slide, and worst of all, whatever might miscarry, he could not be prevailed upon to marry. This was the only point that really stung them, and so one day a deputation went to wait on him, the wisest man among them, or else the least unwilling to consent, to give the Marquis their admonishment. The ablest there to touch on such a head boldly addressed the Marquis thus, and said, My noble lord, your great humanity gives us assurance. We are therefore bold to speak on any point of urgency or heavy care of which you should be told. Then, sir, let us not your clemency withhold, a hearing to our pitiful petition. Do not disdain my voice or our position. Though what I ask concerns me no more nearly than any of your subjects in this place, yet forasmuch as you have loved me dearly, and ever shown the favours of your grace, I dare the better beg in such a case, for gentle audience hears our request, and you, my lord, must do as you think best. We love you well, sir, we are indeed rejoiced in all you do or ever did, and we scarce can imagine thoughts that could be voiced to lap us round in more felicity, save one thing only, would that it might be, did you but choose, my lord, to take a wife, what's sovereign comfort to your country's life. O bow your neck under that blessed yoke, it is a kingdom, not a slavery, espousal, wedlock, it is called, invoke. Your wisdom ponder carefully and see how variously days pass, the seasons flee. Away in sleeping, walking, roaming, riding, time passes on end, and there is no abiding. Still the flower of your youth delights, age creeps upon you, set silent as a stone. Death menaces all ages, and he smites the high and low, the known and the unknown. We see for certain the are obliged to own that we must die, but we are ignorant all of when the hours to come, the blow to fall. Incline to your petition for protection, hear us that never crossed your least behest, and we, with your consent, will make election immediately and choose a wife possessed of gentlest quality and birth the best, in all the land beseeming to her place, and honor both to God and to your grace. Deliver us from anxious fears and rid our hearts of care for blessed Jesus' sake, for if it so befell, which God forbid, your line should end, there might not fortune rake some strange successor in to come and take your heritage, should we not all miscarry, therefore we beg you speedily to marry. Their humble prayer and their imploring features made much impression on his clemency, and he replied, my people, fellow creatures, married's a thing I never thought to be. I go rejoicing in my liberty, and that and marriage seldom go together. Where I was free, am I to take the tether? Yet since your offer is sincerely meant, and since I trust you now as in the past, I freely will admit myself consent to hammer you and take a wife at last. But as for the suggestion you should cast about to find me a bride, I must remit that duty. Kindly say no more of it. God knows it's true that children in the main are much unlike their elders gone before. Natural goodness comes of God, no strain of blood can give it, nor ancestor. I trust in God's good bounty, say no more. My marriage, my condition, rank and ease, I lay on him, do he as he may please. Leave me alone to choose myself a wife, that is my burden, my prerogative, but I charge you on your life, that whomsoever I choose you are to give all honor to her, long as she may live, in word and deed, here and elsewhere no less than to an emperor's daughter or princess. And over this you furthermore shall swear, never to grumble, never to check or strive against my choice, if I am to impair my personal liberty, that you may thrive. Where I have set my heart I mean to wive. If you withhold consent as to this latter, I beg you'll speak no more upon the matter. With heart's goodwill they gave him their assent to this demand, not one that made objection, but begged the princely favour ere they went, that he would name a day for the election of his espoused, and quickly for a section Among his folk were yet uneasy, dreading the Marquis had no real thought of wedding. He granted them a day of their own choosing, when he would wed in sober certainty. He said he did so not to seem refusing their reasonable request, and reverently, in grave obedience, then they bent the knee, thanking him one and all, and they were content, having achieved their aim, and home they went. And thereupon he bade his ministers to make such preparation as were fit against a feast, giving his officers and squires such orders as he pleased for it. And they obliged him, setting all their wit, with diligence the greatest and the least, to make provision for a solemn feast. Part 2. Not far from when the noble palace stood, in which the Marquis set about his wedding, there was a pretty village near a wood, where the poor folk, each in his little steading, tended their animals with food and bedding, and took what sustenance they could from toil, according to the bounty of the soil. Among these poor folk there dwelt a man, who was esteemed the poorest of them all. Yet there are times when God in heaven can send grace into a little ox's stall. Janicula, the village used to call this poor old man. His daughter was a pearl. Griselda was the name of this young girl. But in the virtuous beauty of her heart, there was among the loveliest man could ask, for being poorly bred, no sensual part, had learned to use her beauty as a mask. More often from the well than from the cask, she drank, and loving virtue sought to please, by honest labor, not by idle ease. And though as yet a girl of tender age, yet in the breast of her virginity there was a ripeness serious and sage, with fostering love and reverent constancy, her poor old father in his poverty, she tended, spun her wheel, and watched his sheep, at pasture never idle save asleep. When she came homeward, she would often bring roots, herbs, and other grasses to the croft. These she would shred, and seethe for flavoring, then make her bed that was in nothing soft, and thus she kept her father's heart aloft. With all the obedience, all the diligence, by which a child can show her reverence, Griselda, though among his poorest creatures, Walter had often been seen for riding by, hunting perhaps a something in her features, caught his regard, not that he sought to try. The frivolous glance of wantonness, his eye, fell on her with a serious awareness, and he would often ponder on her fairness. Her womanliness was what his heart commended. Her goodness, too, far passing the condition of one so young, was beautifully blended. In looks and deeds, a vulgar intuition lacks insight into virtue. His position taught him to recognize it and decide, were he to marry, she should be his bride. The day appointed for his wedding came, but no one knew what woman it would be. In wonder at what his people would exclaim, talking among themselves in privacy. When will the Marquis quit his vanity and take a wife? Alas, to see him thus! Why does he try to fool himself and us? Nevertheless, the Marquis bade prepare brooches and rings, all for Griselda lit. With jewels, gold, and lapis he took care her wedding garment should be made to fit. but by another girl they measured it, who was of equal stature. Gems were sewn on it to grace a wedding like his own. And as the morning opened on the day appointed when the wedding was to be, they decked the palace out in full array, the hall, the chambers, each in its degree, the storerooms bulging with a quantity of delicate vinades held in plenteous strength, Italy's best from all its breadth and length. The royal marquis in his richest dress, with lords and ladies in company, invited to the banquet, and no less his household officers and soldiery, rode off with the many a sound of minstrelsy toward the little thorp I spoke about, and by the shortest road in sumptuous route. How could the innocent Griselda tell that all this pomp was levelled at her head? She had gone off for water to the well, and having drawn it, home she quickly sped, for she had heard the Marquis was to wed. She knew it was the day, and hoped she might be present as he passed, and see the sight. She thought, I'll stand among the other girls, my own companions, by our door, and see the Marchioness, the Marquis, and his earls. I'll hurry home as quickly as can be, and finish off the work that's done there for me, so that I can have leisure then to wait and watch her riding to the castle gate. She reached the threshold with her water pot, and as she did the Marquis called her name. She, putting down her vessel on the spot, beside the cattle stall returned and came before him, falling on her knees the same. Serious-looking girl, she knelt quite still, and waited quietly to hear his will. The thoughtful Marquis, speaking with an air of sober gravity, and said thus to her, Tell me, Griselda, is your father there? In all humility, without demur, she answered, He is there, and ready, sir. She rose at once, and of her own accord fetched out her father to his overlord. He took the poor old fellow by the hand, leading him off to speak with him apart. Janicula, I can no more withstand, nor conceal the pleasures of my heart. If you will consent, accepting from the start, whatever follows, I will take to wife your daughter, and will love her all my heart, all my life. You love me as I know and would obey, being my liege man born and faithful too. Whatever pleases me, I dare to say, may well succeed in also pleasing you. Yet in this point I specially pursue. Tell me, I beg you, can my purpose draw consent to take me for your son-in-law? Wholly astonished by the news he heard, the old man turned deep red and stood there quaking, so troubled he could hardly say a word, except, My lord, my will is in your making, what you desire in any undertaking. Let me not hinder, I am bound to do, my dear, dear master, what best pleases you. The Marquis answered softly, None the less, in your own cottage you and I and she must have a conference. Why, you cannot guess. I have to ask her if her will may be, to marry and submit herself to me. Thus, this must be done while you are by to hear. I will not speak unless I have you near. While they were in the chamber and about, the treaty which you presently shall hear, the throng pressed round their dwelling place without, and wondered at its decency and cheer, how well she tended on her father dear. But she, Griselde, might wonder even more, for such a sight she'd never seen before. Nor is it strange Griselda was astounded to see so great a guest in such a place. She was not used to being so surrounded by noble visitors. How pale her face! But let me keep my story up to pace. There are little words in which her lord conveyed his will to this benign, true-hearted maid. Griselda, I would have you understand, as pleasing to your father and to me, that I should marry you, and here's my hand, if, as I may conjecture, you agree. But I would rather ask you first, said he, since all is done in such a hasty way, will you consent or pause before you say? I warn you to be ready to obey. My lightest whim and pleasure you must show, a willing heart, ungrudging night or day, whether I please you offer joy or woe. Whether I please to offer joy or woe. When I say yes, you never shall say no, either by word or frowning a defiance. Swear this, and I will swear to our alliance. In wonder at these words, quaking for dread, she answered, Lord, unworthy though I be of so much honor, so unmerited, if it seems good to you, it is to me. And here I promise never willingly to disobey in deed or thought or breath, though I should die, and yet I fear my death. That is enough, Griselda mine, said he. He left the chamber then with sober tread, and reached the door, and after him came she. And to the throng of people there he said, Here stands the wife it is my choice to wed. Give her your reverence and love, I pray. Whoever loves me, there's no more to say. And that she might not take the smallest bit of her old gear into his house, he bade his women strip her there. And I admit, those ladies of the court were scarcely glad to touch the rags in which the girl was clad. Yet the brightest beauty of her natural glow was clothed anew at last from top to toe. They combed her hair that fell but rudely tressed, with slender hands as if preparatory to a coronation, and a crown was pressed upon her head with gems of changeful glory. Why should I let her raiment stay in my story? She stood transfigured in her gorgeous dress, scarce recognizable for loveliness. The Marquise then espoused her with a ring, brought for the purpose on a horse he sent her. It was a nobly pacing snow-white thing, and to the palace next with those that met her, leading the way with joyful heart he let her be brought in triumphs, and the day had end in revel till they saw the sun descend. Shortly, to let my story quicken pace, I say this young new Marchioness so stood in favor with the Lord and heaven's grace. It could not seem by any likelihood that she was born and bred in servitude, as in a cottage or an oxen stall, but rather nourished in an emperor's hall. To all that looked on her she grew so dear, so much to be revered where she was born. Those who had watched her childhood year by year could hardly credit it, and dared have sworn that she had never labored in the corn, nor was Janicula's child, for by her feature fancy would think she was of some other creature. Virtuous ever, as had long been known, she had increased to such an excellence of grace, she was as bounty on a throne. Wise and so lovely in her eloquence, so grave and so benign, she charmed the sense, and gathered every heart in her embrace. They loved her all that looked upon her face. Nor only was Griselda thus renowned within Saluzzo, for her bounteous name was published forth in all the region round. If one said well, another said the same. Indeed, her goodness had so wide a fame, men, women too, the younger and the older, went to Saluzzo only to behold her. And thus in humble, nay, in royal kind, Walter espoused a love as fortunate as it was fair. God's peace was in his mind, and he enjoyed the outward gifts of fate, and in that he had seen in low estate the hidden grace men had held him to have been, a prudent man that is seldom seen. Nor was it only that by natural wit she could accomplish all a woman should in homely ways, for there in homely ways, for were there call for it, she could also advance the public good. There was no rancor nor discordant mood in all that country that she did not ease, or use her grace and wisdom to appease. She, in her husband's absence, did not cease her labors. If the nobles of the land fell into enmity, she made their peace. So wise and ripe the words at her command, her heart so equitable and her hand so just, they thought that heaven had sent her down to right all wrongs and to protect the town. And it was not long after, to their joy, Griselda bore a daughter fine and fair. And though she would have rather borne a boy, Walter was glad, and so his people were. For though it was a girl, perchance an heir might yet be born to them, and likely so, seeing she was not barren, time would show. Moment, and I will read part 3. I will be back. So just hang on a moment. apologize about that, Chet. Yeah, Suzu, the tortillas are a little old, but they'll be able to come back with water, so don't have to worry about that. Just toss it in with a wet paper towel, should be fine. So they don't have any unwanted things growing on them. Chad, I appreciate your patience. Part 3. It happened as it often does in life, while yet the child was suckling at her breast. The Marquis, in obsession with it for his wife, longed to expose her constancy to test. He could not throw the thought away or rest, having a marvelous passion to essay her, needless, God knows, to frighten and dismay her. He had essayed her faith enough before, and ever found her good. What was the need of heaping trial on her more and more? Though some may praise the subtlety indeed, for my part I should say it could succeed only in evil. What could be the gain in putting her to needless fear and pain? But this was how he fed his prepossession. He came alone one night to where she lay, with troubled features and a stern expression, and said, "Griseld, do you recall the day I came and took you from your poor array, and raised you to the height of nobleness? You've not forgotten that, or so I guess. I say, Griseld, this present dignity, to which I raised you cannot have, I know, made you forgetful of your debt to me, who took you up from what was poor and low, for all the little wealth that you could show. Take heed of every word I say to you. No one is here to hear it but us two. You may remember your arrival here into this house is not so long ago, and though I love you much and hold you dear, my noblemen are far from doing so. They say it is a scandal and a show that they should serve you, lifted from the tillage, as you have been born in a little village. And now you've borne your daughter all the more. No doubt they murmur phrases such as these, but I desire, as I did before, to live my life among them and in ease. I cannot then ignore contingencies, and must depose your daughter as is best, not as I wish to, but as they suggest. But still, God knows, it's painful to me too, yet without your full knowledge and consent, I will do nothing, but it is for you to acquiesce and show no discontent. Summon your patience and show they were meant, those promises you gave me to obey, down in your village on our wedding day. Apparently unmoved as she received what he had said, no change in expression or tone of voice, Griselda, unaggrieved, replied, "My child and I are your possession, and at your pleasure on my heart's profession. We are all yours, you may spare or kill. What is your own, do therefore as you will. Nor is there anything, as God may save my soul, that pleasing you displeases me, nor is there anything that I could crave to have or dread to lose but you," said she. "This is my heart's will and shall ever be, that this may no length of time, no death deface. My heart will never turn or change its place." If he were gladdened at her mild reply, there was no sign upon his face to show, but gravely and with unrelenting eye he gazed at her. At last he turned to go. Soon after this, within a day or so, he told a man in secret what he held was needful, and sent him to Griseld. He was a sort of secret agent, one that had been ever faithful in pursuing important tasks. When wickedness is done, such men are very useful in the doing. He loved and feared his master, and reviewing what was commanded of him, made his way with silent stalk to where Griselda lay. Madam, the fellow said, I must be pardoned for doing that which I am constrained. You are too wise to let your heart be hardened. You know a lord's command must be sustained and not refuted, although it be complained against and wept for. Servants must obey, and so will I. There is no more to say. It is commanded that I take this child. He said no more, but grabbed the innocent, despitefully, his countenance as wild as if he would have slain it ere he went. Griselda had to suffer and consent, and like a lamb she lay there meek and still, and let the cruel fellow do his will. He was a man of ominous ill fame, in voice and feature ominous as are such, and ominous the hour at which he came. Alas, her daughter that she loved so much, would as she thought be murdered at his touch. Nevertheless she wept and nor lamented. It was her husband's will, and she consented. She found her voice at last, and she began, humbly imploring not to be denied this mercy, as he was a gentleman, to let her kiss her child before it died. She took it in her breast, with terrified and stricken face, and lulled it in her loss, and she kissed it then, and signed it with the cross, saying with love, farewell, O sacrificed and blessed child that I shall never see. Look, I have marked thee with the cross of Christ. He is thy Father, may he comfort thee, who died for sake of us upon a tree. Thy little soul I offer in his sight, since thou shalt die for sake of me tonight. And had there been a nurse with her, God knows, she would have thought it pitiful to see. Well might a mother then have wept her woes, yet she was grave and gazing steadfastly, as one who suffers all adversity. In meek submission turned with sorrow-laden spirit, and said, Take back your little maiden. Go now, she said, and do as you are bidden. But one thing let me beg of you, your grace. Bury the little body, be it hidden, unless my lord forbade it in some place that beasts and birds of prey can never trace. Yet not a word in answer would he say. He took the little child and went his way, reporting to the Marquise once again what she had said, how she looked, if reconciled, as briefly point by point he made all plain. And having done, he gave him up the child, and though some touch of tenderness beguiled his master, yet he held his purpose still, as lords will do that mean to have their will. He bade the fellow secretly to take the child and wrap the softest winding round her little form, and carefully to make a chest to bear it in, and then be he bound, the man on pain of death, that not a sound of his intention should be uttered, dumb, on whither he was going or whence he come. But to Bologna, and to the Marquise's sister, the Countess of Panaro, he must go, taking the child, and he must there enlist her to help him in this matter, and bestow all fostering care, so that the child might grow in nobleness, and yet that none might trace or tell whose child she was in any case. The man went off and did as he was bidden. Now let us watch the Marquise as he ranged in quick imagination for some hidden sign in his wife whether she was estranged. Was there a chance word showing she had changed towards him, but he still could never find her anything but serious and kind. As glad as humble and as quick to serve, and in her love as she was wont to be, in everything the same she did not swerve. And of her daughter not a word said she, there was no sign of that adversity to see upon her, and in her daughter's name she never used in earnest or in game. For years went by in this unaltered state, before Griselda was with child once more, and then she bore a boy as delicate in grace and beauty as the child before. The Marquise, being told, set greatest store on it, nor only he but the whole country, and all gave thanks and honour to God's bounty. When it was 2 years old, weaned from the breast, and taken from its nurse, there came a day when Walter yet again was moved to test the patience of his wife in the same way. Oh, needless, needless was the test, I say, but married men too often use no measure, that have some patient creature at their pleasure. Wife, said the Marquise, and I said at first, my people take it ill that we were married. Now that my son is born, they think the worst. Never were things so bad, for I am harried by murmurings and rumors that are carried about my ears. I feel a deadly smart that has indeed almost destroyed my heart. For now they say, when Walter's reign is done, old Janissil's descendants will succeed, and be our masters either that or none. Such is the common talk, it is indeed. Murmurs like that a ruler has to heed, and certainly I dread all such opinions, though secretly advanced in my dominions. I mean to live in quiet if I may, and so I am utterly disposed in mind to serve the brother in the self-same way as I have served his sister. I designed to give this warning lest you were inclined to do some outrage in your violent grief. I beg you to be patient then, in brief. I long have said, she answered, oh, believe me, nothing I will, nor yet would have unwilled, but as it pleases you, it does not grieve me at all, though son and daughter both be killed. At your commandment let it be fulfilled. In my 2 children I have had no part, but sickness first, then pain and grief of heart. You are our sovereign, do with what is yours, just as you please, and do not bid me frame advice for you, for at my father's doors I left my clothing. Was it not the same to leave my will and freedom when I came? I took your clothing, and I therefore pray your pleasure may be done, I will obey. And surely had I the patience, and surely had I the prescience to know your will before you told it me, I had performed it without negligence. But knowing what your pleasure is to be, I hold to it with firmest constancy, for I knew my death itself would ease you. Then I would die, and gladly die, to please you. For death can never make up comparison beside your love, and when the Marquis saw her faithfulness, he could not look upon her face, and dropped his eyes in wandering awe, thinking what patience to endure the law of my caprices, and he left the room, happy at heart, but set his face in gloom. The ugly officer, as brutally as he had snatched her daughter, or with more brutality, if more in man could be, seized on her son so beautiful and tore him from her arms. She, patient as before, gave him no sign of suffering in her loss, but kissed her son and signed him with the cross. But yet she begged the fellow, if he might, to close the little body in a grave, his slender limbs so delicate to sight. She sought in her extremity to save from birds and beasts, but not a sign he gave, and snatched the child with careless cruelty, but bore it to Bologna tenderly. The Marquise wondered ever more and more, and so much patience in her misery. Had he not known for certain long before how perfectly she loved her children, he would have supposed some cunning devilry of malice, some heart's cruelty or base indifference beneath her constant face. But well the Marquise knew it was no mask, for she had ever loved her children best. Next to him, now, I would like to ask, of women had he made the sufficient test? Could stubborn husband fancy or suggest more that would prove a steadfast wifeliness to one continuing stubborn to excess? But there are folk in such a state of mind that if they finally resolve to take some certain course to which they feel inclined, cannot hold back, but fettered to their stake, hold to their purposes and cannot slake their fevered wills. So too this Marquise nursed his purposes to test her as at the first. And so she waited for word or glance to show her change of heart, but there was none. No variation in her countenance could he discover, face and heart were one. And as she aged, the love in her begun continued even truer, made addition, if that could be, in love and true submission. Therefore there seemed to be between these two one undivided will. If Walter pressed for something, it became her joy to do. And God be thanked, all happened for the best, and she gave proof that in whatever test a wife as of herself in nothing should direct her will but as her husband would. Walter's ill fame began to mount and spread. His cruel soul had led him to embark, for having wed a pauper, people said, on murdering both his children in the dark. Such was the common murmur and remark. No wonder common rumors all concurred. He'd murdered them, there came no other word. And so the love of his people felt of yore, turned into hatred, scandal, and ill fame, are things man may well be hated for. To be called murderer is a hateful name. Yet he, in game or earnest, with the same cruel device drove on to what he sought. To test her further was his only thought. Now when his daughter was some 12 years old, he sent to Rome, long cunningly apprised of his intentions, and the court was told that such a papal bull should be devised, that his fell purpose might be realized, and that the Pope, to set all minds to rest, should bid him wed again, he thought best. I say he ordered them to counterfeit a papal bull declaring approbation of divorce, for Walter then could meet objection with a papal dispensation, and calm the rancor and the indignation between his people and him. They framed the bull and published the whole forgery in full. The common people, and no wonder held, or else supposed that things were even so. But when these tidings came to poor Griseld, I deem her heart was weighted down with woe. But she, and now no less than long ago, was ready, humble creature, faithfully, to meet misfortune and adversity. And still she waited on his will and pleasure, to whom she had been given heart and soul, and as to her one unfailing worldly treasure, yet to be brief about it and control. My tale the Marquis now to reach his goal devised a letter that declared his aim, and to Bologna sent secretly it came. It was for Lord Panaro, for the Earl, who had espoused his sister and requested that he would send him home his boy and girl, in public state and openly invested with every honor, but it still protested that upon no account should he declare, even if questioned, whose the children were. But say the maid was shortly to espouse the Marquis of Saluzzo, and thereto the Earl agreed. As day began to rouse, he started on his journey, and he drew towards Saluzzo with a retinue of many lords in rich array to guide this maiden and the brother at her side. All in the wedding dress and fresh as heaven, she rode in pearl and gold without alloy. Her brother, too, a little lad of 7, looked freshly in the tunic of a boy. So with great splendor every face in joy they shaped their journey, riding all the way, and thus they neared Saluzzo day by day. The Marquis's wife has to be like the best woman ever. Either that or just completely mentally broken. Opinion, not book. Meanwhile, according to his cruel bent, the Marquis sought to test his wife yet more, and by the uttermost experiment to prove her spirit to the very core, whether she still were steadfast as before. And so in open audience one day, and in a blustering voice, he chose to say, "It was agreeable enough, forsooth, to marry you, Griselda, in the flower of your obedient love and simple truth, and not for lineage or for worldly dower. But now I know in very truth that power, if one reflects, is nothing much to praise. It is a servitude in many ways. I may not do as any ploughman may. My subjects are constraining me to take another wife. They clamor day by day. Even the Pope has thought it fit to slake their rancor by consenting. You need make no doubt of that. Indeed, I have to say, my second wife is now upon her way. Strengthen your heart to give her up your place. As for the dowry that you brought of old, take it again, I grant it as a grace. Go home, rejoin your father in his fold. No one can count upon his luck to hold. And I enjoin you to endure the smart of fortune's buffets with an even heart." She answered patiently, without pretense, "My lord, I know, as I have always done, that, set against your high magnificence, my poverty makes no comparison. It cannot be denied, and I, for one, was never worthy, never in my life, to be your chambermaid, much less your wife. And in this house whose lady you have made me, as God's my witness, whom I love and fear, and as his power may gladden me and aid me, I never thought myself the mistress here, rather a servant humble and sincere. To your high honor, so I shall think forever of you above all creatures whatsoever. That you so long of your benignity have held me high in honor and display, whereas I was not worthy so to be. I thank my God and you, and now I pray, revoke it, for there is no more to say. Gladly I seek my Father, and will live my life with him, whatever life may give. For I was fostered there when I was small, only a child, and there I'll live and die, a widow clean in body, heart, and all. I gave my maidenhead to you, and I am still your faithful wife, I do not lie, and God forbid a wife so to one so great should take another man to be her mate. Touching your second wife, may God in grace grant you both joy and long prosperity. For I will gladly yield her up in my place, that once was such a happiness to me. But since it pleases you, my lord, said she, in whom was formerly my whole heart's rest, but then I will go when you shall think it best. Suzu, the story here is that she's had already 2 kids by him. Both were sent off in secrecy, her thinking that, they were killed. And instead now, they were sent for in this revelry to some other count. Her 12-year-old daughter being dressed up as the bride to this marquise. This marquise is testing her yet again. Dear God, why? God knows why, but he apparently is a psychopath. But as you proffer me to what I first brought, such dowry as I had, it is in my mind. It was my wretched clothing and worth naught, and would indeed be hard for me to find. O blessed God, how noble and how kind you seemed in speech, in countenance, in carriage, that day, the day in which we made our marriage. It's truly sad, at least I find it true, for the effect of it is proved in me. A love grown old is not the love once new, and yet whatever the adversity, though it were death, my lord, it cannot be, that ever I should repent, though I depart, for having wholly given you my heart. My lord, you know that in my father's place you stripped me of my rags, and in their stead gave me rich garments as an act of grace. I brought you nothing else, it may be said, but faith and nakedness and maidenhead. Here I return your garments and restore my wedding ring as well for evermore. And the remainder of the gems you lent are in your chamber, I can safely say. Naked out of my father's house I went, and naked I return again today. Gladly I'll do your pleasure, if I may, but yet I hope you will not make a mock of me, or send me forth without a smock. So infamous a thing you could not do, at least the womb in which your children lay, be seen in nakedness, bare to the view of all your people. Let me not, I pray, go naked as a worm upon the way. Bethink yourself, my own dear lord, because I was your wife, unworthy though I was. Therefore, in guerdon of my maidenhead, which hither brought returns with me no more, vouchsafe a payment, give to me instead, just a simple smock as once I wore, to hide the womb of one that heretofore has been your wife, and here at last I leave you, and bid farewell, dear lord, lest I should grieve you. I get the feeling most women would have just poisoned this guy. That he's apparently just a psychopath. The smock, he said, you have upon your back, you may retain. Remove it to your stall. Yet as he spoke, his voice began to crack for pity, and he turned and left the hall. She stripped her garments in the sight of all, and in her smock, head bare and feet unshod, home to her father and his house she trod. Folk followed weeping when she passed them by. They railed on fate for all that had occurred. Her eyes withheld their weeping and were dry, and at this time she did not speak a word. The news soon reached her father when he heard. He cursed the day and hour of his birth that fashioned him a man to live on the earth. He never doubted, though so old and poor, had ever been suspicious of the match, had always thought it never could endure. In that the Marquise, having had the snatch of his desires, would feel disgrace attach to his estate in such a low alliance, and when he could would set it at defiance. At her approach he hastened forth to meet her, led by the sound of many a beholder, that wept to see her pass, and he to greet her, brought her old cloak and cast it on her shoulder, and wept it fitted not, for it was older by many a day than was her wedding dress. The cloth was coarsely woven, comfortless. Thus with her father for a certain space, this flower of love and wifely patience stayed. Never a word or look upon her face, in front of others or alone conveyed a hint that she had suffered or betrayed any remembrance of her former glory. Her countenance told nothing of her story. And that's no wonder. In her high estate her spirit had had full humility, no tender mouth for food, no delicate, her heart's hungering after royal brilliancy, or show of pomp, benignity, or patiently, she had lived wise in honor, void of pride, meek and unchanging at her husband's side. They speak of Job in his humility, for clerics when they wish to can indict in praises nobly, and especially in men they praise few women when they write. Yet none can reach a humbleness as white as woman can, nor be half so true as women are, or else it's something new. Part 6. Now from Bologna, he of whom I spoke, the Earl arrived. The greater and the less got wind of it, and all the common folk buzzed with the news. A second Marchioness was brought in all the loftiness of pomp and splendor. Such a sight to see had never been known in all West Lombardy. The Marquise, who had planned and knew it all, before the Earl had fully reached the place, sent down for poor Griselda in her stall, and she, with humble heart and happy face, came at his bidding, all without a trace of swelling thought, and went upon her knees, and greeted him with reverence and at ease. Griseld, said he, my will is firmly set. This maiden hither brought to be my bride, tomorrow shall as royally be met as possible with all I can provide. That's in my house, my servants side by side, according to their rank, shall wait upon her, as may be best arranged in joy and honor. I have no woman of sufficient skill to decorate the chambers as I hold. They should be decorated, if you will. I should be glad to see it all controlled by you who knew me and my tastes of old. and though your dress is not a thing of beauty, I hope at least that you will do your duty. Yeah, this dude's a fucking psychopathic asshole. I get the feeling that at the end of this, it's like, oh, the ceremony, by the way, this is my daughter and my son, and that's her mom, and it's all been a ruse. This woman is totally freaking awesome. She's still my wife. The papal bull I wrote was complete bullshit, and she is obviously a woman who is a saint. And then his wife just takes a knife and stabs the hell out of him. The ruse is he's marrying his daughter, whom no one knows but this Earl and the dude that, took her there in the first place. And him, of course. Not only, Lord, would I be glad, said she, to do your will, I long and shall endeavour, to serve and please you in my own degree, and not to faint in service now or ever. For neither grief or happiness can sever my love from me, my heart can never rest, save in the ceaseless will to love you best. And she began upon the decorations. There were the boards to set, the beds to make. All she could do in many occupations, she did and begged the maids for goodness sake to hurry and to sweep and dust and shake, while she, most serviceable of them all, went garnishing the chambers and the hall. The Earl arrived, beginning to alight, with the 2 children early in the day, and all the people ran to see the sight of so much opulence and rich array. And soon among them there were those to say that Walter was no fool, and though obsessed to change his wife, it might be for the best. For she is lovelier, they all agreed, and younger than Griselda. Yeah, she's 12. Put the case. That fruit will fall to them, a fairer breed will issue from such a lineage and grace. Her brother had so beautiful a face. It caught them with delight, opinion changed. They now applauded what had been arranged. Please note that this is all supposed to be a ruse, I hope. O stormy people, frivolous and fickle, void of true judgment, turning like a vein, whom every novelty and rumor trickle, how like the moon you are to wax and wane, clapping your praises, shouting your disdain. False judges, dear at a penny and as a rule, who trusts to your opinion is a fool. So said the serious people of the city, who watched the throng go gazing up and down, glad merely for the novelty, the pretty new lady that had come to grace the town. But let me leave the pleasure-seeking clown and turn to Griselda in the press of all her labours in her steadfastness. Busy in all she worked, disposed and settled, laboured and strove, to cater and adorn. Nor did she seem at all abashed or nettled, although her clothes were coarse and somewhat torn, but with a face as cheerful as the morn, went to the gate with all her retinue to greet the great Marchioness, and then withdrew. She met the guests so cheerfully and greeted them with so much skill according to their rank that none could find a fault in how she treated them, and all were wondering whom they had to thank. For how could such a pauper, to be frank, know all the rules of honour and degree? They praised her prudence as a rarity. And in the meanwhile, ceaselessly she still praised the young bride and praised her brother too, with so much heart and with such benign goodwill, that none could have given them better due. And in the end, when all the retinue sat down to meat, Walter began to call Griselda, who was busy in his hall. Griseld, he said to her, as if in jest, how do you like the beauty of my wife? Indeed, my lord, she said, I must protest. I never saw a lovelier in my life. God give her joy, and may there be no strife between you, and I pray that he may send your fill of happiness to your lives' end. One thing I beg of you and warn you too, never to goad her, never put on trial this tender girl as I have known you do, for she was fostered preciously a vile. More delicate, I think, the self-denial adversity might force on her would be harder for her to suffer than for me. When Walter saw this patience in Griseld, her happy face, no malice there at all, and thought of his offences long upheld, to test her ever constant as a wall, grave, innocent, and ever at his call, the stubborn Marquis could no more repress his pity for such wifely steadfastness. It is enough, he said, Griselda, mine. Have no more fears, let not your heart be sore. Your faith and gentleness as far outshine all other faith, as you were tested more in wealth and want than any wife before. Dear wife, I know your steadfastness by this. He took her up into his arms to kiss. She, lost in wonder, did not seem to grasp or even hear the words he uttered thus, but as a sleeper breaking from the clasp of his amazement woke incredulous. Griseld, said he, by him that died for us, you are my wife, and I have none but you, nor ever had as God may judge me true. This is your daughter whom you so commended as wife to me, the other, on my oath, shall be my heir, as I have long intended. They are the children of your body both. Bologna nourished them and fed their growth. In secret take them back, and never say your children have been lost or snatched away. Let those that otherwise have talked of me know that I did this, be it bad or good, neither in malice nor in cruelty, but for the trial of your womanhood. What, slay my children? God forbid I should. Rather I kept them privately apart, till I had proved the purpose of your heart. On hearing this, Griselda fell a swoon in piteous joy, but made recovery, and called her children to her, and they soon were folded in her arms. How tenderly she kissed them, as the salt tears falling free bathed them and glistened on their face and hair. How like a mother stood Griselda there. And oh, how pitiful it was to see her fainting and to hear her humble tone. All thanks to you, my dearest lord, said she, for you have saved my children, you alone. Were I to die this moment, I have known your love and have found favor in your sight, and death were nothing, though I died tonight. O dear, O tender ones, so long away, your sorrowing mother steadfastly had thought that some foul vermin, hound or beast of prey, had eaten you, but God in his mercy brought you back to me, and your kind father sought in tender love to keep you safe and sound. She suddenly swooned again and fell to ground. Though she had fainted sadly, clingingly, she held her children in that first embrace, and it was difficult for skill to free them from her arms, and touching to unlace. Oh, many a tear on many a pitying face ran down among those standing at her side, scarce able in the presence to abide. Walter caressed her, loosed her from her grief, and up she rose bewildered from her trance, while all the rest in joy at her relief made much of her and cleared her countenance, and Walter showed such loving vigilance. It was a dainty thing to see the air of new-found happiness between the pair. The ladies round her, when the moment came, led her towards her chamber. There the old poor rags she wore, though never worn in shame, they stripped and set her on her a crown of gold, a coronet of jewels manifold. They crowned her with and led her into the hall, there to receive the homage of them all. Thus to a piteous day a blissful close, and every man and woman, as they might, gave themselves up to revelry. There rose the stars, and all the welkin shone with light. Greater the glad solemnities that night, greater the joy in feasting and affray, in treasure than upon their wedding day. For many a year in high prosperity these two lived on in concord, so to the close their daughter too they married worthily and richly to a lord, best among those in Italy. They also found repose, for old Janicula, whom Walter kept safe at his court till his soul from body crept. Their son succeeded to the inheritance after his father's day in peace and rest. He married happily, but did not chance to put his wife to such a searching test. This world of ours, it has to be confessed, is not so sturdy as it was of old. Hear how my author ends the tale he told. This story does not mean it would be good for wives to ape Griselda's humility. It would be unendurable they should, but everybody in his own degree should be as perfect in his constancy, as was Griselda. That is why Petrarch chose to tell her story in his noble prose. For since a woman showed such patience to a mortal man, how much the more we ought to take in patience all that God may do. Reason he has to test what he has wrought, yet never tempts the souls that he has bought above what they are able, and St. James tells us he tests us daily and reclaims. He will permit to exercise our virtue, the sharper scourges of adversity, to lash us often, not that they may hurt you, nor yet to test the will for certainty. For certainly, no one can know our frailty more than he, who knew it ere our birth, and all is best. Then let our virtues learn to suffer test. But one word more, my lords, before I go. It isn't very easy nowadays to find Griseldas round the town, you know, and if you try imposing these essays, what gold they have is mixed with such allays of brass that though the coin looks right perhaps, when you begin to bend the thing it snaps. So from affection for the wife of Bath, whose life and all her sect may God maintain in high authority upon their path, and pity else, I sing you this refrain, with lusty heart to gladden you again, dropping the note of earnest emphasis. So listen to my song, it goes like this. Chaucer's Envoy to the Clerk's Tale. Griselda and her patients both are dead, and buried in some far Italian vale. So let it then in open court be said, Husbands, be not so hardy as to assail the patience of your wives, and hope to find Griselda's, for you certainly will find. O noble wives, in highest prudence bred, allow no such humility to nail your tongues, nor give a scholar to cause to shed such light on you as this astounding tale sheds of Griselda, patient still and kind, lest shy chevalde engulf you like a whale. Imitate Echo, she that never fled, in silence but returns you hail for hail. Never let innocence besot your head, but take the helm yourselves and trim the sail, and print this lesson firmly in your mind, for common profit it can never stale. Archwives, stand up, defend your broad and bread, stronger than camels as you are, prevail. Don't swallow insults, offer them instead. And all you slender little wives and frail, be fierce as Indian tigers, since designed to rattle like a windmill in a gale. Never revere them, never be in dread, for though your husband wears a coat of mail, your shafts of crabbed eloquence will thread his armor through and drub him like a flail. Voice your suspicions of him, guilt will bind him down, he'll crouch as quiet as a quail. If you are beautiful, advance your tread, show yourself off to people, blaze the trail. If you are ugly, spend and make a spread. Get friends, they'll do the business of a male. Dance like a laden leaf, if so inclined, leave him to weep and wring his hands and wail. Thus ends the Clerk's Tale. With that chat, I have to go pick up some groceries. It was great doing this with you. So let's see who we can raid. I will be back in about half hour, 45 minutes. But this is just to expedite the process because I don't want to leave you hanging for like 45 minutes while I go and get stuff. So let us see who's live right now. Let us try Izashi Black. Izashi Black is having her birthday subathon, and is also doing some auditory ASMR, so that should for it. So I'll give her a shout out. I think that worked correctly. No, it didn't. Oh, the joys of being a streamer. All right. Let's try it where we connect the two together. Did that work? Now, chat, I'm dumb. Anyway, we are going to raid her, and I will be back in about 45 minutes. So, love y'all. Thank y'all for coming out, and I will see you next time. Bye for now. Thank you for that, Suzu. I think you did it correctly.